Okay. Yeah.
Testing. Sometimes you have to drag that arrow across the show on mute video. Well, I will leave you to your business.
Well, thank you.
All right. Come on over.
I will. Thank you. Hopefully it won't be long.
We're not.
Oh, good. Okay. I just didn't want to hold you guys. That's my only concern. Here we go.
Good evening, everybody. We'll get going here in just a minute. Thank you for your time. Thank you for your attendance here. I know we have a quorum so we can do some business tonight, at the very least, and we should get going here in just 1 minute. Sheila, I have a question for you, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
So are we going with the packet that we had from the 29th last Thursday?
We are, but Anthony added the William Desmond subdivision.
Mhm.
So everything else is the same except for that. That was an addition.
Thank you very much. So the link for me to get that packet expired, I think on the 30th, if I'm not mistaken.
The one on WeTransfer.
Yes.
Okay, that one, that will be on the 19th.
Okay, so
Everything else would have been just sent in the regular email
from who?
from Anthony.
From Anthony?
So, yeah.
So I
So
have,
it's basically everything that was, oops, sorry, go ahead.
that's okay. So what was the date for that one? For the one that would have had the things that we would be discussing tonight? That he-
Okay, that one's going on November 19th. It would have been tonight, but
Okay,
we're moving everything that was from the 29th, October 29th on that agenda. We're looking at all of those things plus the Bella subdivision.
all right, thank you. That's what
Okay,
I was thinking. I was just having trouble getting to that information. So
okay.
just ask my fellow planning board members does everybody else have the packet of information that we would have to go with tonight? George? Yeah. Mac? Yeah. Craig, how you doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, good to see you. Good to see you upright.
Thank you.
Excellent. Rich, you doing okay?
Let's see.
So George, may I ask you to help facilitate this? Because I'm having trouble getting back to the package of information that I had previously thought I had in one spot. I'm not finding it.
Yeah, sure, to the extent I can.
Okay.
I do have a question for Sheila, though. Is the Jones's soil erosion control plan on for tonight, or is that on for the next meeting?
Right, that was sent to us, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I think that's going to be on for the 19th.
Okay,
It's not on this agenda here for tonight. And Peter, I'll try to email you. Oh, no, I don't have your email here.
Let me put it in the chat.
Okay.
Okay, so that's one you can use. I wonder if you
Okay, I'll send you things individually because I sent them to myself individually
okay.
as we go along. I'll just do that, plug along as you guys are talking.
Okay, great. So the agenda for tonight, George, can you tell us what the first item is to talk?
the first item is Eric and Yvonne Forsberg
Okay,
down at Sandy Cove.
great. Hello, Forsberg family. Thank you for joining us again. We appreciate your time. We'll try to get through this particular application for you. Okay. And I think last time we talked about this, we had gone and looked at the site, right, to see if it was in a resource protection district. And I think we determined that by the town's official map that this is not in the resource Protection District.
Yeah, that was Anthony's opinion.
Okay, thank you. Great. I know a couple of us had been able to go down to the particular property and walk around. And I were down there at one time. I'm not sure if others had a chance to get down there or not, but are we okay to proceed on this? Anyway, I'm looking at the planning board members. So George, Mac, Craig, and Rich, are we okay to move along? Thank you very much.
Yep.
So what questions do we have for the Forsbergs at this time for their application?
Peter, is Gary on the on this meeting with us today?
I'm
I
looking.
don't see him unless there's one that says Samsung Galaxy S7. I don't know if that's him or not.
That's me. That's me.
Oh, okay.
Gary, this is George.
Yep.
A question I have, which is an obvious one, is the existing septic system adequate for the increased wastewater volume?
You should have in your packet the septic design from years past.
Mm-hmm.
I have it right in front of me, but it's designed for a 3-bedroom home, 3-bedroom, 270 gallons per day.
Okay.
Yep.
And so the answer is yes. And a question for the Fosbergs. What kind of foundation is going to be underneath this building?
It's just going to be sitting on some probably 6 little posts sitting on cement pads. It's not going to, there's not going to be any ground disturbance.
Okay, good. That gets to my point. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean, our camp is set up the same way. It's just, you know, a lot of vertical posts sitting on the cement pads. So
Right.
this is a smaller version of that.
Right. Okay, very good. Thank you.
I had a question. When we went down to look at that property, I tried to get an understanding of where the proposed bunkhouse would be placed. And I think I understood where it was.
Right.
It's to be placed. And in doing so, I saw a vertical stick stuck in the ground that was
Yeah.
at a particular distance. I was thinking that was probably like a front corner.
Yeah, there's actually a little natural flat spot right there in the woods. And
Yes.
we figured Jason Tremblay and us, we looked at it together and we figured that was a good spot to put it.
Yep. So I think I'm in the same spot in my mind. And when I was there,
Yeah.
with Mac, we looked at that spot and
Yep.
it seemed like a natural spot. So my question for you, one of them would be, do you plan to remove any trees to put that bunkhouse in that spot?
Only for small ones. I think there's one that might be like this big around. What's that, about maybe 8 inches across, but everything else would be smaller. So nothing of any great size.
Okay. Thank you. Rich, did you get a chance to get down to that site?
Yeah, he's muted.
I think he's trying to manipulate it so would not be.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Okay.
Yes.
I had a question. It says there's an outdoor shower with built-in drain.
Actually, we decided not to do that, so we can strike that. We'll just put it inside the little toilet enclosure. And there'll be a sink that's on the countertop on the inside, and there's not a kitchen, there's only gonna be a sink.
Do we need to modify the actual document, Peter?
Yes,
Let's
Yes,
for the floor plan.
see.
yeah, I would say in the interest
Oh,
of
here we
being
go.
thorough and accurate would be to modify it to reflect that change.
Okay. We can print out another one of these, can't we?
I don't know if I have another one.
All right, I mean, I could take this document that I've got here I mean, this is a prefab plan. We've got a note here. I could strike it out, put my initials and send it back to you if you want.
Yes, please, Dr. Forsberg, that would be wonderful.
All right,
That, just like if you had an edit on a check,
Right.
you know,
Sure.
initials and date,
okay, sure.
please. I would also suggest that on the front page of the application, I think, let me look at that, because I think it says there too. Am I mistaken? Yeah, there too, on number 5, it says outside shower with built-in drain.
Right,
Right.
okay, we will.
Be another
strike-
place to edit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll put a single line through that and initial that and date it. What is the date? today?
Much.
It's a fifth.
And what was, if you don't mind letting us know what your planned method to manage roof, stormwater runoff from that roof would be at that bunkhouse?
Hadn't thought of anything. I mean, we weren't gonna put any gutters or anything like that. We figured it was a pretty small structure, so the
Mhm.
water would just run off. We're gonna put a tin roof with, what do you call them, slats on them with ribs on them. So
Mhm.
it'll just come off and just drip on the ground. I'm assuming, do you think there's a need for a gutter?
In my opinion, I don't know that a gutter would be needed. I think what I'm leaning towards would be to suggest to you that we would want to make sure that the best management practices as outlined by it, there's a guide from DEP that could talk about that. We would be pointing you in that direction, probably with a condition, is my guess.
Who's DEP department?
The
Environment-
Department of Environmental Protection.
Okay, all right, sure.
Peter, just for clarity, I would just add that if we do it as a condition, you'll receive it with the permit. You'll receive the best management practices with the permit.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I'll look at the DEP guide for roof runoff, I guess is what they call it.
Basically what it is just crushed stone under your rain line.
Oh, okay, good. All right,
Dig down,
that's excellent.
Get
Yeah,
down 6-8 inches, put crushed stone in it, and that allows the water just to drain into the ground.
okay, no, excellent. I think that's an excellent idea, and that would be on the downside and the upside as well. Sure, yeah, that sounds good.
Go ahead, Mac.
I guess related to that, I noticed the layout. You have the door. It looks like you have the window facing the lake. And then your
Correct.
door will exit towards the driveway, is that right?
Correct.
So when I visited, I noted that there's quite a steep slope. And there's somewhat of a pathway from that open area where you're gonna build it to the
Right.
house.
Right.
But where the door is coming out the side, I think it makes most sense in terms of runoff to just have a pathway to the driveway and access that way.
All right,
And-
yeah,
Maybe even plant some things, like in addition to the crushed stone that was mentioned a minute ago, maybe even plant some vegetation there so that you don't start creating a path, because it's just a straight, non-vegetated next to your house, next to the camp, all the way down.
right.
Right, it's kind of like a natural
Exactly.
pathway, yeah, so,
So I guess
yeah,
I'd like to see that kind of mitigated as much as possible.
yeah.
So the path would go laterally straight out to the nearest point of the driveway is what you're saying.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, you want us to put crushed stone in that?
I mean, if you want to, but my main concern was that you don't continue and perhaps widen the path going straight down.
Yeah, I mean, there's
Yeah,
really
but
not a
that-
path right there
So
now. I
plant-
mean, there's
plant
just,
some vegetation there.
all right.
Probably some sort of bushes or shrubbery
yeah,
in order
Yeah.
to keep it from running
yep,
off.
I see your point, to
Yeah.
try to minimize runoff. That makes sense. All right, got that?
Do any other board members have questions for the applicants?
I mean,
No? Okay.
We'll make these modifications and then resubmit this document to Gary, I guess, or to Anthony. I'll send it in a FedEx package or something like that, and then it'll be recorded as, you know, with the modification, notes on the modifications as you requested.
Yeah, that would be sufficient. And I think as long as Sheila gets it, that's the most. So,
Oh, so we'll send it to you, Sheila.
Okay, that would be great. You're going to you're going to mail it, or would you like an email?
I'll send it FedEx to the town office, I guess. You'll be there, right?
Yes.
Okay, so it'll come out sometime in the next week, it'll come.
Okay. Thank you.
And then what I hear, I guess, would it need to be reviewed at another meeting, or would it just be, I guess you would look at it and see that these changes had been fulfilled, and then you would sign off on it, or how would that go?
that's exactly what we'd be looking for, just as, because my sense is what we're going to do is act on it tonight based on the assumption that we're going to be receiving the edited version in hand.
And you will, yeah.
Okay,
We'll be sending it out in the next few days.
Okay. Thank you.
All right.
I turn to my fellow board members. I didn't want to speak out of turn, but does that sound like a reasonable approach to all of you, what we're just talking about?
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Yes.
Looking good. All right, great. If there are no other questions for the applicants and no other concerns, I would entertain a motion on this particular application.
Peter, I would make a motion to approve the amended application with one condition, and that being to manage stormwater runoff from the new structure in accordance with DEP best management practices as outlined in publication conservation practices for homeowners. And I can repeat this, Sheila, for your benefit. And such measures be in place prior to building use.
Sure. We'll do that.
You
So
want
I
me to
can look
repeat
up
that,
maybe-
Sheila?
Yeah, sorry.
Actually, I'm recording this, so I'll just go back. And then when we
Okay.
look at the minutes, then you can just make sure that the minutes say what you
Yeah,
think it should say.
because
Does
this
that sound
actually has
okay?
to appear on the permit.
Okay, all right. Did you want to type it up for me and send it to me, or you want me to just, you want to say it again and I just write it down?
Why don't I say it again and make sure
Okay.
you have it?
Okay,
So the condition would be to manage roof stormwater runoff from the new structure in accordance with DEP best management practices as outlined in publication. And this is capitalized because it's the name of a publication, Conservation Practices for Homeowners, period. Such measures are to be in place prior to building use.
okay.
Get that okay?
I think I
George,
have it.
George, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Gary.
Can you add, there'll be no cooking facilities?
Well, since it says no kitchen right in the application, I didn't know if that was necessary.
Okay, that's up to you.
I guess I would defer to the other board members. I could certainly add another condition. Just, do you think that would make it more enforceable, Gary?
I don't think it would hurt.
Okay, I guess I'll add a second condition then. And I would just say that, let's see, the structure is not to contain any cooking facilities,
That's fine.
just for clarity.
Yep.
And I would second George's motion.
Thank you for that second. So we have a motion on the floor and seconded, points of discussion. Gary, I'm glad you brought up that notion about adding the second condition. I wanted to ask the board if they felt it would be important to do so in this case, for clarity's sake and for consistency's sake. So I, for one, am thankful that we have that particular second condition on there. I don't know how other board members feel, but feel free to speak up if you have anything to say.
Won't hurt.
Well, doesn't hurt to be clear, right? Go ahead, Mac.
I think it's a very good point, Gary. I like the clarity. I guess related to that, are we doing the findings of fact on these?
So Mac, the answer would be, we have no way to do that at this time. What we did before with the findings of fact, I think we just, correct me if I'm wrong, did we go through, do we vote on the findings of fact as kind of a slate of items? I'm trying to remember what we did last time.
I believe we went down individually. I believe on our next meeting, this is going to be on the agenda, if I recall correctly.
That is
It-
correct.
It is on the agenda. It
Yeah.
is a discussion of finding of facts and conclusion of law template to discuss.
Right. And since we haven't tackled that yet officially
Right.
as a board, I would not want to put the cart before the horse, but I also want to be sensitive to your concerns, Mac, because I think, speaking of clarity, where we can, in the direction where we want to go, is making sure we address those things. But we haven't tackled it as a board yet. How do the other board members feel about our approach?
Well, I just, just for clarification, I wouldn't have made the motion I did if I didn't feel that each and every one of the findings were met in this particular case, including all of section 15 standards being met.
Thank you, George. So from a process perspective, I would pose this question. We know where we want to go, and we're going to tackle that, I think, at our next board meeting on the 19th, right? And we will want to be able to document things to meet certain things and the advice we've been given by our town's attorney. At the same time, we can't halt all our processes. We have to be able to continue to make progress. So I would be of the opinion that for now, we continue on as we are, tackle this on the 19th, have a solid understanding of how we're going to use that template that the town's attorney has advised us to give, and go from there. Does that sound acceptable to the board?
Yeah, particularly in light of what George just said about the motion essentially was made with the understanding that section 15 standards were being met.
Agreed. And Craig, does this make sense too? I mean, you know, we don't want to hold up progress. We want to make.
I'm all good with it. I'm fine with it.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody, for indulging me in that conversation. I really appreciate that. So having a motion on the floor, it's been seconded. We have the two conditions. All those in favor, we'll do a roll call. So I have a gallery view, so just working across on my screen. George?
Yes.
Mac, you're muted, but what's your vote?
I vote yes, and I just want to add that I really appreciate the applicants doing what they did, meaning they're going 100 feet back, and they're working with us and wanting to do what, in my opinion, is what should be done. And so I really appreciate it.
All right, yeah, I mean, we're conservationists ourselves, and so I want to be very respectful about any lack of knowledge about what we can do to minimize runoff.
Thank you very much. Next, Craig, what's your vote?
Yes.
And Rich?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So that's 6, right? 5 in favor, none opposed, none abstain. Okay, so to be clear to the Forsberg family, we would be expecting the edited version of the application in hand. We will be signing that application with those edits in hand, and that will be, the permit will be mailed to you, okay?
Okay, fine. Yeah, we'll correct it over the weekend. We'll put it in on FedEx on Monday, so it'll probably get there on Tuesday, Sheila. That works good for you.
And may I ask one question? Because I was walking around down there and I was a little, I didn't know how this worked out, but upslope near the road, there was a black pipe, and it looks like it's a water provider, maybe? It goes to a number of the camps. Is that the case?
That's
Yes.
correct. That's the common PVC pipe that runs down the road for the whole, you see right at the
Community well.
corner, there's a little well house. And so, so Scott Chapman turns that on and off, and that's our water source for the road. You're
Okay.
correct.
That makes sense. I saw what looked like a well house at the corner, but I was
Yeah,
curious.
it is. Yeah, it is.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
All right, we all set then?
We're all set. Thank you
All
very
right.
much.
Thank you for your time and effort. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right.
And okay. What's next? Sheila, thank you so much for sending those things. I've been trying to open them up as we're going along here, so I appreciate that. So. Oh. George, what's next? Because I think I'm not.
Tyler Redlewski.
Perfect. And Tyler is here. Hi, Tyler.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Okay. Tyler, you sent a number of pictures. We appreciate that. That does help a great deal. So getting into this particular application, there we go. I think last time we spoke, we were looking for, was it this septic plan and design and the amount? Was that the question on the, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so Tyler, you provided a copy of the subsurface wastewater disposal system application. Gary's probably seen this. Is that right, Gary? Maybe. Okay. And Gary, if you're speaking, you're muted, just so you know. Looks like this is a 4,000 gallon.
I have seen it, yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks. All right, great. What questions do we have for Tyler tonight about this application?
I have a question about in the pictures, it shows a tree to be removed. That tree, I believe, is within 100 feet of the water, correct?
Yes, it's about 82 feet, I believe.
I think one of my suggestions will be that if and when we approve the application, that because of the distance from the water and lack of other trees, that this be replanted with a tree of another hardwood tree of similar, well, at least 6 feet tall, anyway.
Yes, we planned on putting back 5, and when that gets cut, the camp sits about 26 inches off the ground, so we're gonna leave the stump and the roots and everything and just go right over it with the frame.
Yeah.
So there'll be no ground
Okay.
disturbance.
All right.
Okay.
Peter, I have a question for Gary, if I may, again.
Please do.
And once again, of course, it has to do with wastewater. I don't think this is necessarily relevant to our decision tonight, but I was just curious, Gary, on a common wastewater, subsurface wastewater system like this one, where you have multiple residences contributing to it, how does it work in terms of monitoring whether the design limitations of the system are not exceeded? For example, in this case, Ken Stratton's design had a limit on the number of laundries and the number of bedrooms, et cetera. And is that something you track as projects get approved, or how does that work?
Typically, yes, I would.
Okay, because we don't have any authority, so I was just curious how, this is a little, I mean, obviously, if this was a brand new system, it'd be different, but it's not. It's an existing system.
Right, exactly. There's a 4,000 gallon tank and the design flow for the leach field is 1,344 gallons per day.
Yeah. What caught my attention was that in his design flows, he makes a number of assumptions, and one of which is the number of, he eliminated some 384 gallons per day for a lack of laundries. And in this case, we're approving a laundry.
Right, but if you look at, let's see, let me look at something here. You got 3-bedroom camps, three bedroom camps, minimum flow is 270 times 2 is 540. 2-bedroom camps, minimum flow, 180 times 5 was 900.
Right.
For a total of 1920. You minus 10% for low volume flushes, which was at 192 gallons, brings you down to 1728.
Right.
And the elimination of the laundry, you minus 384 gallons per day, which brings you down to the 1344. That's where the 1344 came from.
Right. Well, anyway, you answered my question. You kind of keep track of what the cumulative impact on the wastewater is for a system like this.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. That was my question. Thank you.
Okay.
Great. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, just to clarify, Gary, did you say you do track this?
I track to make sure that the new structure isn't exceeding what they tell us it's going to. I certainly don't go re-inspect on a yearly basis the existing buildings.
No, I'm saying do you have on file that the Cedar Camp condominiums all have low volume toilets? None of them have laundry. There are 2 2-bedroom camps, 2 3-bedroom camps, and 5 2-bedroom camps with those flows.
I do not. That's what was specified way back in 1989 when the system was put in.
Right, but so my point is, if that's still the current system,
yep.
If that's still the current system, then we need to not exceed whatever it says, right?
Correct. That's right.
So we need to know that what's on the ground actually matches this.
I mean, obviously this time of year, I have no way to get inside every building and see if there's no laundry and, there's only so many bedrooms and all of that.
Right, I understand it's difficult, but at the same time, I don't think it makes sense for us to approve expansion.
Maybe Tyler.
when we don't know that expansion isn't going to go beyond the capacity.
Maybe Tyler could shed some light on that. What's existing now? I'm not sure.
All the information that exists for that is what I gave you. That's off, I believe it was off the state site.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
But you don't know the existing.
From what I've been told, and what I've read, it was designed for the 10 cabins that were down there for 2 bedrooms each. And 9 of them are only 1 bedroom. 2 of them have been added on to recently.
Yeah.
Those are the only 2 that have additions that I know of. I know multiple people that live down there, so. Um,
Yeah.
As far as I know, it's less than 75% capacity. But
If if the bulk of them are only one bedroom, then it would be, yes.
yes, I'm positive it's well under, but I don't have any scientific evidence to back that up, I guess.
Correct.
George,
I'm not real concerned that this particular addition is gonna exceed the capacity of this wastewater system. I guess my question, which was in part just informational, was, let's say we get 4 more like this in the next year or 2 years or whenever, how do we know at what point we've reached the breaking point of the system so that we don't approve an additional bedroom or additional laundry when we really shouldn't be? And it seems to me the only way we could do that, Gary, is to rely on you to be tracking that.
Correct.
Yeah, and I assume, how does the indoor plumbing permits work into this? Is that your mechanism for figuring out if somebody's, say, not maybe doesn't require a shoreline zoning permit, but they're adding I don't know, a bath or a laundry or whatever?
Yeah.
I mean, I realize it's the number of bedrooms that.
Yeah, it is.
Go ahead.
It is. And the reason that it goes by the number of bedrooms versus the number of bathrooms is the bedrooms really dictate how many people are going to live in that building.
Yeah.
There could be 5 bathrooms for 2 bedrooms. But the 2 bedrooms is what dictates how many people are going to be there.
Because, I mean, as you can probably, I'm not saying this very well, but, so if somebody does another expansion like this to add a bedroom, of course, that's going to come to us for a permit.
Yeah.
But we have to ask you whether by doing so, the capacity of this common system is not exceeded.
Then I'd have to go inspect every building and count bedrooms and make sure.
Okay.
go ahead, Mac.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but for the record, I think that's what needs to happen, because I see on this paper that there are only 2 3-bedroom camps listed, right? And if one expansion exactly the same as what's proposed was approved a couple years ago, and there's photographs as such, presumably they have the same 2 bedrooms with a loft and then the 1 bedroom in the camp. So if we approve this, that's the 2 3-bedroom camps. But
We are deleting the bedroom in the camp. It's only a 2-bedroom total finish.
right, but my point is, this is a shared, I am not comfortable approving an application unless I am confident that everything fits. And whereas this is a shared system, I do not think we can approve an expansion until we actually know what is existing on the ground. I just don't, especially it says it subtracts for low volume toilets. Like, so we need to know that there are in fact low volume toilets in every camp. We need to know that there is no laundry because it says -20% elimination of laundry. If that's not the case, I don't understand how we can approve expansion.
Go ahead, George.
I may have taken us down a rabbit hole here with my question. I mean, I had the same questions that Mac did as I was reviewing this, and went back to the ordinance to look at what authority we as a planning board have and what standard, the performance standards are that we have to make findings about with regard to wastewater. And one of them is not that the system is adequate for the wastewater generated. It would seem to be that it should be, but it's not. It's if it's a new structure or an expanded structure or I should say an expanded wastewater system, we need to be sure that it has a permit from Gary. And the other finding that we need to make is that it's not malfunctioning. And that's not the case here. And so we're sort of in a regulatory limbo of a sort, I suppose. That hence my question to Gary of how, since we don't have a means of ensuring that the system isn't overtaxed in terms of the volume of wastewater going to it is more than it was designed for. Did he have that capability? And it was purely a question. I don't think we have the authority to, or the standards, absent, a clear, some evidence of malfunctioning where you could make the argument it's a surface water pollution threat.
That's two very good points, George, about where the planning board's authority rests with regard to these topics.
The only thing you could do is you could have a state certified septic inspection done. They'd have to hire somebody to go do it. And they're not gonna find a malfunction this time of year because nobody's living there, nobody's using water. All the buildings are vacant. The systems should be dry.
Go ahead, Mac.
George, I know where you found what you just said, and I see that in the ordinance. However, I'm looking at page 66, where it says, after submission of a complete application, the board shall approve an application if it makes a positive finding based on the information presented that the proposed use, one, will maintain safe and healthful conditions. I think a strong argument can be made that septic disposal is part of that. But also number three, will adequately provide for the disposal of all wastewater. And I think that's pretty clear. I don't know that it adequately can provide, given the information in front of me.
Well, I was basing in part on Tyler's statement that it's at 75% capacity now. I have a hard time believing this is going to take up the additional 25% capacity.
Right, but at some point, we need to have actual data. We can't just say, this is okay, this is okay, this is okay. At some point, you're going to go over the threshold. And without data, we're not going to know it. We might as well get the data as soon as possible. We already approved one application for expansion a couple of years ago.
Right.
I'm sorry this person can't be, I'm sorry this person is held to a different standard, but laws change, standards change. I think we need to get the data on the ground before we do anything else. That's just my opinion.
The thing is, he's not adding a bedroom. He's eliminating a bedroom and replacing it with a new bedroom. He's not even adding a bedroom.
Very good point. And Tyler made that point too before Gary, which I appreciate that. So that from a calculation perspective, based on the information that we're given, I'm of the opinion too that I don't see this as overtaking.
No, your net number of bedrooms hasn't changed. Therefore, I have no right to ask them to increase the size of their system or certify that it's adequate. We're not changing the bedrooms. We're not adding any.
But it says the addition has 2 bedrooms.
He's eliminating one and replacing it with one. The net end result will be 2 bedrooms still.
Well, the application says present number of bedrooms 1, bedrooms to be added 2, plus a loft.
That's not what he just said. So maybe the application needs to be changed to reflect what he just said.
That's a great point. Mac and Bob
No,
brought that up.
there's 2 bedrooms going in the addition. The 1 bedroom in the cabin now will be gone. So we will have a total of 2 bedrooms, which is what the system is rated for the cabin.
So perhaps for clarity, and I don't want to speak for Mac, but I think I can understand how this could be screwed. Would it be possible to clarify on the application the fact that what you just said, Tyler? You know, you're adding 2, but the one that's there is going to go away.
Does it not say total of 2 bedrooms?
You all set, Mary?
Stand by. Hang on.
What's that?
Yeah, I have to wait 8 more minutes.
Oh, I'll wait for you. With you.
What, Tyler, what I'm seeing on number 6 is present number of bedrooms 1, bedroom be added under this application 2 plus loft. So without other information, one might conclude that means 3.
Okay, I see what you're saying. Yep.
And I don't want to speak for Mac, but Mac, would that help if we cleared that fact up for this application? That this application, they're not going to have any net new number of.
They are going to have, they are adding 1 bedroom. There's 1 now. They're going to have 2 if they build this structure. So they will add 1.
Yes,
That is correct.
yes.
So that clarity would help, yes. Would it change my opinion of what needs to be done? No.
Okay,
I mean, I understand it's difficult because it's a shared system, but that's the reality on the ground. It's a shared system. I don't think we're asking for any more information than we would if it were a standalone structure. It's just easier to obtain with a standalone structure. But just because it's easier with a standalone structure doesn't mean we should not be asking for it. I mean, if we don't ask for it now, how many times are we going to get this same expansion and they're going to say, hey, my neighbor on cabin 3 did it 2 years ago. Hey, my neighbor on cabin 5 did it 2 years ago. At what point do we actually know what's going on?
Aren't they all designed for a 2-bedroom? Isn't the design for all the cabins to have 2-bedroom? Isn't
Yeah,
that
and the
what they're-
design is also for low flow toilets and no laundry. Is that what's on the ground? I don't know.
But 9 of them all have 1 bedroom?
I don't know. That's not in the
Oh.
application.
Well, it's been discussed.
9 of them were originally 1 bedroom. 2 of them have been added on to.
So we're still, just by those numbers alone, tells me we're way below the volume that septic system can handle.
Mine and others' calculations say about 6 more bedrooms to be safe would put it at its limit.
So I'm fine with it.
yeah, I'm fine with it too on this application, but I also see Mac's point. I think we need to be able to strive for knowing where we are at each time we make a decision. You know, and we don't have a perfect system right now, right? With that, we just don't. But we need awareness should there be some other application that comes forward, whether it's 1, 2, 3, 4, or 6 more bedrooms being added at some point. That's, I guess, what I'm getting at. So,
Would a septic inspection upon completion in there be sufficient?
I don't think it's really necessary.
I don't either. I think it, you know, those are really intended just to tell you if it's malfunctioning, not in
Right.
terms of what its capacity might be, because it's, you know, what's in the cabins that counts.
Well, I totally understand y'all's point, and I think based on what we know, maybe not what's on the application on paper, but Tyler and Gary and, you know, other people that know the property, I agree that this particular expansion will not overload the system. However, at some point, an expansion will overload the system. So the question is, at what point do we require the data to be on file? It will have to be determined at some point. So I understand you don't want to overburden this particular applicant. However, you will have to burden a applicant at some point. So my point is, let's get the data now so that all future applicants, it will be much easier because we will have the information on hand, as opposed to kicking the can. And then at some point, we sort of continue to lose track and not know. And somebody's going to come in with the 8th expansion, and we're going to say, well, I'm not sure. Did this happen? Did that happen? Let's get the data. So that person's going to be burdened. So somebody's going to be burdened at some point. Let's do it now. Let's do it right moving forward.
Point made. Thanks, Mac. There's George.
I have a question for Tyler. Do you know, in the workings of this condo association or whatever they call themselves, is this something, it sounds to me, and Gary, correct me if I'm wrong, the town doesn't have a means for monitoring or tracking the cumulative impact on this system from, you know, past and future additions. Does the condo system have that? I mean, are they sort of on top of this, and even though we may not be as a town?
I'm not sure. I know they have a caretaker that turns on and shuts off the system and maintains the water and all that. So I could get in touch with him.
Yeah, no, that's okay. I was just curious if what you knew from your dealings with your client. I don't know how many more, you know, community systems we have like this in town, but this may not be the only time this comes up.
That's a great point. You know, it would be beneficial to the town and all the taxpayers in the town for us to have a way to understand the number of community systems that are out there and where.
I mean, maybe the, you know, camps that were condoized out in Hoyt Island, maybe they have a community system too. I just don't know. I mean, there's been 2 or 3 of these I know that were approved as subdivisions back in the late 80s.
There may have to be some administrative or sort of research work done somehow to try and to get our arms wrapped around that number and where they are. Okay, what other questions or comments do we have for Tyler tonight?
Peter, just one item of note. If we approve this, the you may recall, there's a provision in the ordinance that requires when we approve the expansion of a non-conforming structure, that it has, the permit has to be registered in the Registry of Deeds.
Oh, I do. What page are you on with that?
I'll tell you as soon as I find it.
Non-conforming
Page 11.
11. Okay, I was on 13. Okay.
Yeah, small paragraph D.
Right, and it uses the word, so I'll read that first sentence, George. So it says, an approved plan for expansion of a non-conforming structure must be recorded by the applicant with the Registry of Deeds within 90 days of approval. And then it reads more, but it does use word must, so it's not. I think it's pretty clear. Yeah.
And it's not discretionary. But that could be handled with a condition.
Yep, good point. All right, so that's 12. Okay, thank you, George. Very good point. Craig, do you have any other questions for the applicant?
No.
And Rich, do you have any other questions about this?
No,
Mac, any other questions about this? No. George, any other?
No,
Nor do I. Okay, if no other questions or comments, I would entertain a motion on this application.
I guess I'll take a try, Peter. I would make a motion to approve the application with two conditions. The first has to do with stormwater, and it basically is going to read just like the one we just approved. That is to manage roof runoff from structure addition in accordance with DEP best management practices as outlined in publication conservation measures for homeowners. Such measures are to be in place prior to use of the new structure. And as Craig noted, the last time around, last application, one of those potential ones are just the drip edge gravel drain. And then the second, and I can repeat these for Sheila's purposes, would be to record site plan with Kennebec County Registry of Deeds within 90 days of receipt of permit.
George.
do we want to address the tree planting? Or
Oh,
is that-
I'm sorry. I forgot about that. Yeah. I would entertain a friendly amendment to my motion from Rich Baker.
How about that for each tree removed be replaced with another hardwood tree? Oh, actually, I don't, are all the trees that are going to be removed going to be hardwood?
It's just one birch tree.
Just one birch, okay. Be replaced with a hardwood species native to the area, and be at least 6 feet tall at time of planting.
So we have a motion on the floor with the three conditions. I just had a question about the second condition, do we want to reference the specific part of the ordinance?
I can if you want me to.
Um,
It's in accord with, so it would be record site plan with Kennebec County Registry of Deeds in accordance with, I think I have this right, section 12C1D of the ordinance.
I think you're right. So section 12 C 1 D is in David.
Right. Sheila, do you need me to repeat any of this?
No, I have the 3 conditions
Okay,
all written down. I think I'm
very
good.
good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, so we've got a motion on the floor with 3 conditions. And was this seconded? I don't remember.
I'll second it.
Thank you, Craig. And seconded. Is there any more discussion about this? Hearing none, we'll take a vote. So in my upper left, George,
Yes,
Mac, I don't think I understood, Mac, what that was. I'm sorry.
No,
No, okay. Thank you. Craig
Yes.
and Rich,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So that'd be 4 in favor, 1 opposed. The motion passes. Tyler,
I think just for the purposes of the future, we should all recognize Mac's point that this is going to come up again. These same questions are going to come up again, and it'd be nice if the town had a system for monitoring this.
not only would it be nice, but we will be in a world of hurt if we don't have it. We need to strive to get that. And I'm not sure how we're going to get there. It may be an investment of some sort. I'm not sure how, but we need to get there. So some process improvement we need.
I'll do whatever I can do while I'm there. Work with you guys to figure out whatever we can.
Thank you, Tyler. I really appreciate your willingness to do that. I really do.
Thank you very much, Tyler.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thanks. All right, so that one, right, that would be mailed. So, all right, that's one down.
2 down.
Yeah, a total of 2, right? Another one down. What's next on the agenda?
Desmond subdivision.
Is that with Rich, what is it?
The Desmond subdivision.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay. So the thing I think we should be talking about is, and Anthony mentioned this to us all. Did everybody get that?
Yes.
Where the 3-lot subdivision application, there was some confusion or lack of clarity as to whether what was submitted to date constitutes a pre-app or an application. And I think it would be good for this board to make a decision about what it is that we're looking at. So, so that's the first thing.
just to make sure I'm up to date, what Mr. Desmond has submitted so far is a sketch plan, a completed application form, and now we have also a letter from A.E. Hodgson with regard to stormwater. Was there anything else?
Hi, guys. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
Yep.
Yes,
Thank you.
Bill.
Great. Hello, everyone. My understanding coming into this meeting is I was here to give you the information that you requested at the last meeting to complete the application.
Oh, I see. Okay.
That was my understanding. And I believe I have done that with the exception of talking about a waiver for the stormwater runoff and the geological survey. That was my understanding of tonight.
Okay, thanks, Bill.
The file at the town should be complete with everything else that you had asked for. There was, I had to denote the fire protection as being the local fire department. And submitted a few other things that we requested at the last meeting.
Thanks, Bill.
Peter?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree that the applicant's submitting the information that we requested of him, but I also thought we were pretty clear that last time was a pre-application as opposed to a preliminary application. So this, as I understand it, this constitutes the actual preliminary plan. But it's past the moratorium, so I think that was the discussion we had last time was, I didn't think he was gonna make it. We didn't think he was gonna make it before the moratorium. But last time was the initial sketch plan.
So if that was the case, are we saying that by the submission or what was discussed before qualified, and that if a moratorium were to have passed, which it did, that would allow the Desmond application to proceed? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying the opposite.
That it does not meet it?
Right.
Do you keep meetings of the minutes of the meetings, I assume?
Yes, we do, Bill.
Okay, at the last meeting, I had expressed that concern. I said I wasn't in any big hurry to get this done because I knew you guys had a lot of stuff going on. But my concern was I knew this was coming up and that would be a problem. And I was told that once you had that paperwork, that I was going to be fine.
Right, once you had this paperwork, but this paperwork didn't come in until after the moratorium.
I'm sorry, I'm talking about the existing paperwork was my understanding, existing application that you had, even though you didn't have all of the information you were looking for, the application form from the town was complete and in your hands. Was my understanding, because that was a specific concern that I had.
Peter,
Go ahead.
I recall the same as Mr. Desmond. He did ask that question. I believe it was Gary that responded that the moratorium would not impact him. But I have to admit, at the time, I was pretty confused myself as to what we were reviewing and asked as much. If you look at the ordinance, though, in terms of what a pre-application constitutes a pre-application, it's really nothing more than a site sketch plan and nothing more to have a preliminary discussion about what some of the issues might be. And then the scheduling of an on-site visit. or inspection. And I think, you know, the premise here is that a lot of times developers come in and are just kind of seeing which way the wind's blowing, and then eventually get around to doing a full-blown application. What we received last time from Mr. Desmond was sort of more than a pre-application, but not a full final application. And remember, this is a minor subdivision, not a major subdivision, so the process is a little different.
Right.
I would just add for context, from my personal perspective, well, first off, we had the same discussion with Tyler Evans, you may recall, in his subdivision. And I think whatever we decide here, you know, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, should also apply to Mr. Evans's subdivision in terms of the applicability of the moratorium. Because he actually came in with more information than what Mr. Desmond had provided us. So
Right.
in terms of a policy question, you know, what does who has vested rights under section 5.4 on page 11? It's the same issue for both subdivisions.
I mean, I totally understand, Mr. Desmond, and I know it was really confusing last time, and I know you are trying to do what's right, and you really brought in materials that we asked, but I don't know. My personal perspective is that last time was clearly a pre-application trying to understand what's going on. We did not formally determine that it was a complete application. And without doing that, I don't know how the rights could be vested.
Well, can I add that, you know, I've never done this before, and I've looked to the town to guide me through this, and that's where I am today. My understanding at that first meeting is when I brought the application and submitted, and we had that first meeting, my understanding was at that point in time, I had everything that I needed for the application. Once we got started in the meeting, it was clear there was some stuff that was required that I wasn't aware that I needed. I immediately tried to get back in. You guys were busy. I spoke with Gary a couple of times about a couple of things. It took a little while to get back and forth, and I was actually supposed to be on another meeting earlier, and there was some confusion about that, and I got pushed off till tonight. So I don't know when the moratorium was voted on, but I've been trying to get back in there through no fault of mine.
Peter, it might be helpful to review the language of when rights are vested, or I should say rights are not vested. And again, I'm just referring to section 5.4 of, and it simply says, it doesn't say anything about having a complete application. It just says the submittal or review of the pre-application sketch plan shall not be considered the initiation of the review process for the purposes of bringing the plan under protection of Title I MRSA 302. That's the part of the statute that gives someone vested rights. So I have to admit my view and position on this is changed somewhat, but you know, what clearly Mr. Desmond and Mr. Evans have both done is provided us with considerably more than what is required under the pre-application phase.
Correct.
The fact that it wasn't, neither of them had a complete application is irrelevant.
Correct. Bill's initial meeting with Anthony and I, he was told by both Anthony and I that if we had at least the sketch plan review, he wouldn't have to worry about the moratorium. It was only when you brought up that section you just read that we realized that we may have misled him when we said that, but I wasn't aware of that section. Neither was Anthony.
As I said earlier, I think what we've received from both these applicants is more than a pre-application.
Right, but I'm sorry, I really am. I feel bad for Mr. Desmond. You got pushed back because no fault of your own whatsoever. You went to the town, you were misled. I really feel bad, and I think it's crazy. But at the same time, I think it's pretty clear the rules we have to follow. And I just feel like if we don't follow them, then for this, then the next time somebody doesn't want to follow them for a really good reason, then they won't have to follow them for a really good reason, because this was a really good reason. You know, and it says on page 12 of the subdivision ordinance, letter E, upon determination that a complete application has been submitted for review. And so I think it's clear that we have to determine that it's a complete application for minor subdivision, which we haven't done. I know it was more than a pre-application last time, but that doesn't mean it was a complete pre-application or complete application for a minor subdivision. So I think it's pretty clear, honestly, and I feel horrible about it because the moratorium went into effect 2 days ago, literally, which is absolutely horrible, but I don't honestly see any way around it.
Yep.
And we did leave, my recollection, we can look at the minutes, but my recollection was, I didn't think you were going to be able to get back in time, but if you could, great. And you clearly got information and you tried, and again, no fault of your own, were pushed back once, twice, I don't know how many times. And it sucks. It absolutely sucks. But just because something sucks doesn't mean we can bend the rules, I don't think.
Thank you. I'd like to hear also from Craig and Rich. How are you feeling about this situation? The Article 5 pre-application section of the ordinance only has four parts. And the last one, what Mac has, I think, has referred to and George has referred to, is pretty simple, simply stated. Do either of you have any comments?
Tend to lean that there was more than a pre-application, and no, it wasn't complete because we asked for stuff, but I still think the application was in and it was filled out, and that got the ball started rolling. So I'm tending to lean towards that he's good to go.
Rich?
I guess I would be in the same boat. It wasn't complete, but not sure it wasn't more than a pre-application meeting.
I'll tell you my feelings. this is not easy, but I'm with Mac. It's what's not easy is through no fault of Bill Desmond, we got to this spot. I think had other circumstances allowed, we would have already had this information in front of us.
Well, and to be clear, you had most of the information well before the moratorium. The only thing I submitted today was not requested by you. It was just a piece of information I wanted you to have. If that helps.
Thank you, Bill. George, I know you've spoken at length about this. How are you feeling at this point where we are with this?
I'm sorry, who are you talking to?
George,
Oh, okay, sorry. I want to make sure you weren't talking to me.
I'm sorry, were you talking to me, Peter?
yeah, what are your thoughts?
Well, obviously we're divided on this. I mean, you know, obviously it's not a clear-cut answer, or, you know, we probably wouldn't be divided on it.
Right.
You know, we just have an honest difference of interpretation, I guess, in terms of whether or not the application needs to be complete for the rights to be vested.
Well, does the fact that I was told that I was going to be fine with it bear any weight here at all? Otherwise, circumstance, and I guess everybody knows it's not my fault, but otherwise the circumstances would have been different. I would have been, you know, a little more insistent upon getting in earlier meetings and that sort of stuff. But I didn't do that because you guys were busy. And, you know, when I asked, you were reviewing some things and it was really full that night. So we put it off and then we put it off. You know, obviously there would have been some more urgency if at that meeting I had been told and by Anthony and Gary, I had been told that, no, you got to get this done by XYZ. I'd have got it done by XYZ. And again, to reiterate, the information you requested, you've had for quite some time.
Yep. Yeah, I agree. So your question, Bill, was basically because the information was submitted and through no fault of your own, does that have any bearing on this? I think is the way you
I guess, yeah.
Emotionally, it really does with me, you know.
So when I read E on page 12, it says the applications submitted for review, the board shall issue a dated receipt upon determination that is complete, a dated receipt to the subdivider, and then decide whether there's a public hearing. But it doesn't say anything about being vested, because, you know, how often is a application going to be complete on the first time? I mean, almost never on something like this. But that doesn't mean they don't have a vested interest in it. And it hasn't been, you know, brought to the planning board. And in these COVID times where we're doing all this stuff on Zoom, I mean, it's a minor subdivision. I think we should move forward with it.
And may I ask what's considered an application? Is it just this one form that says application? Or are you considering application including all the things you asked for at that meeting? Because this says Town of Belgrade subdivision application, and we've had that since day one.
Right. I
Right,
agree.
but the subdivision ordinance has a section called submissions. And it's pretty clear that subdivision plan for a minor subdivision shall consist of blah, blah, blah. And
Right.
so,
What I'm hearing is you're saying you didn't have an application. And I'm just, my only question, and I'm only bringing it up because I don't understand. Is this the application?
no, that is an application form. However, the actual application according to the ordinance, you are required to submit multiple pieces for that application to be complete. So it's not just the form that you have to fill out, you have to do everything that the ordinance says for the actual application to be complete. So yes, you need to fill out that form that says application, but you have to submit materials accompanying that piece of paper. And without those materials, then it's not an actual complete application. And I'm sorry, but that, I mean, it is the responsibility of the applicant to know that, you know, the ordinances are on file. You should know what's required.
Sure.
And
No, I'm big on personal
sorry.
responsibility. I agree with that. But again, it comes back to how does the fact that, you know, I was told by two town officials and at this meeting that, you know, the moratorium would not affect me, and here we are, it's affecting me. So I guess, how does that weigh into all of this is all.
Go ahead, George.
Reading my mind. I can't answer your question, Mr. Desmond, because I don't know. I'm not an attorney, but getting back to what I think is the key section of the ordinance with regard to the question before us, which is, do you have vested rights in or not? The ordinance only specifies when you don't have vested rights. So my interpretation would be, as a matter of pure logic, that if you don't qualify for not having vested rights, then you have vested rights. And all the ordinance does is exclude someone submitting a sketch plan, and nothing more than a sketch plan is not having vested rights. To me, I can't help but arrive at the conclusion then that you have vested rights by virtue of what you submitted in the very first meeting, although I didn't think so at the time. Well, I should say I didn't even know about this section of the ordinance, so I didn't know enough to ask about it, but until later, which as Gary, as Gary referenced earlier. But anyway, the point being, I just, unless I see something in the ordinance that elsewhere that says something different, I just don't know how to conclude otherwise.
So, George, it sounds like what you're saying is that by looking strictly at the language in 5.4, rights not vested, the submittal or review of a pre-app sketch plan shall not be considered the initiation of a review process for the purposes of bringing the plan under protection of Title I MSRA 302. And what Mr. Desmond submitted was more than a sketch plan. So because he had additional material, which therefore, using the logic and the words that we're saying here, I think you're suggesting that the logic would conclude that he is vested.
Correct.
I see your point. Pre-app sketch plan. You know, when you look at it that way, I can see that. I can see that point.
As a pre-app sketch plan, you don't even need an application, correct? You just come in with a sketch plan? Wouldn't that be a
Right.
pre-app? Because you don't have, it's pre before the application, and we have the application. And had the application.
So I would then, based on that discussion, I would then revise my stance and say that Mr. Desmond is vested. So I'd like to make some progress on this one way or the other. So if, I think we need to make sure it move or reject whatever's going on here. We've talked about what might be considered vested, and very unusual circumstances, Bill. And thank you for letting us talk this out, because it's very important. It's not just for you, it's for all others that,
No, I get it. You guys got a tough job, I understand.
So do we need a motion or something?
yes, yeah.
Okay, I make a motion that we move forward, that Bill Desmond is vested with more than a pre-application, and that we move forward on his subdivision application.
A motion and seconded. Thank you, George. So this is not an easy one. But after talking that out, I am in agreement anyway. We have a motion on the floor, seconded. Any more discussion? So all those in favor, I'm going to go across the screen. So George,
Yes.
Mac,
No.
Craig,
Yes,
Rich,
Yes.
and Peter, yes. So 4 in favor, 1 opposed. So motion passes. We continue on. Okay, having said all that, now we need to make sure we're doing the minor subdivision procedure and looking at submission materials.
Peter, if I may, it would seem to me to be important that the town communicate with Tyler Evans, who is in a very similar situation, or about his ability to proceed with his application as well. We haven't made a motion or anything about that, but that's the net effect of what we just did.
Indeed, it is. Sheila, would you take that action, please?
Yes, I notated it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay.
Do we need to schedule a site visit?
I think we do. Because it says under A, 6.2 procedure A, within 6 months of, wait. I'm sorry, back to pre-app. We're supposed to schedule an on-site inspection. And then,
Within 30 days.
what's that?
I said within 30 days after submission.
Yep. Okay, so we need to do that. Let's get that done. Bill, can we do an on-site inspection?
In the interest of saving your guys' time, I'm asking for a waiver for some of the, two of the submissions. So should we discuss that first?
Is one of them an on-site inspection?
No, but the on-site inspection is not required if you don't grant me the waivers. So my thought was we discuss that first in the interest, however you want to do it. I'm just making a suggestion in the interest of efficiency.
I'd be open to it. Let's hear it.
Do you want to go through the submissions like we did before, one by one, or do you want to just hear my request?
I'd like to hear your request if you don't mind.
Okay. One of the items you requested was a stormwater runoff plan. When I talked to Al Hudson about that, he said a couple of things, and that's the letter that I sent today, that I dropped off today for people to review. Without, I'm not putting buildings there, without putting buildings there, he can't tell how that's going to affect the stormwater without knowing where the buildings and such are going to go. And that it didn't make sense to him to do one of those based on what he said in the letter. I assume you all have that or no?
Yes,
Okay.
Yep.
So that's the first.
or I should
Point
say
of-
I do.
Okay. So that was his opinion on that, and essentially the same thing with the hydrogeological survey. I spoke with Rick Pershkin, and he essentially said the same thing that Al did. I asked him to put something in writing for me, and he was going to do that. And when I talked to him today, he hadn't had a chance, had forgotten about it kinda, and was in the field all day and couldn't get me anything. But essentially, he mirrored the same thing with the amount of, even when the buildings get put in there, with the amount of disturbance that's gonna be done there, there's not gonna be any impact in that way. The fact that there's an existing home with a functioning well since 1969 tells him that there's essentially no issues there. He said one of the items in the 10-11 of the subdivision ordinance talks about nitrate issues, I guess, and he made the comment that he's not seen that have an effect anywhere here, only when there is significant amount of sand and clay. And the county soil survey that I dropped off shows that that's not the case. So that's my spiel. And I'm relying on these two gentlemen as professionals based on what they have told me. I honestly don't know much about any of this, other than what I've read and told.
Thank you, Bill.
Sure.
Peter, maybe you've already found this, but there's a section on granting waivers. It's on page 47. It's Article 14.
Thank you. I had not, but I was looking for that because as soon as there's mention of a waiver, it raises issues. (47) waivers. Okay. You at 14.1, 14.2. So that section, so Bill and George, help me out if you want to. For waivers, there, this section 14 has 1, 2, 3 parts to it. The first one says where the board makes a written finding of fact that there are special circumstances of a particular lot proposed to be subdivided, it may waive portions of the submission requirements or standards unless otherwise indicated in the regulations to permit a more practical and economical development, provided the waivers do not have the effect of nullifying the intent and purpose of the comprehensive plan, the shoreline zoning ordinance, or these regulations. That's the first part. Or two, where the board makes written findings of fact that due to special circumstances of a particular lot proposed to be subdivided, the provision of a certain required improvements is not requisite to provide for the public health, safety, or welfare, or are inappropriate because of inadequate or lacking connecting facilities adjacent to or in proximity of the proposed subdivision. It may waive the requirements for such improvements subject to appropriate conditions. Or three, in granting waivers to any of these regulations in accordance with sections 13.1 and 13.2, the board shall require such conditions as will assure the objectives of these regulations are met. And so, Bill, you're looking for waivers on a couple of things, right? One of them was the
Hydrogeological survey and the stormwater runoff plan.
Yep.
And if I read that right, the hydrogeological survey is only because the lots are under 100,000 square feet.
Go ahead.
Peter, a question for you or somebody. I don't see anything here that a waiver request and the justification need to be in writing, but typically that's, you know, how all the other ordinances are written. And I don't know if I'm missing something. Rather than just based on verbal request.
I think that's a good point, that for us to grant a waiver, it should be something formally asking it rather than verbal.
Peter,
Go ahead, Mac.
I think it clearly states it has to be in writing. In the application form, number 25 on the last page of the application form says, does the applicant intend to request waivers? If yes, list them and state reasons for the request. Initially, the applicant said no, so he checked no, but it's clear on the application form that you need to have in writing. And also in the section that you just read, it says where the board makes written findings of fact that there are special circumstances. So we cannot grant waivers without having a written findings of fact clearly stating this is why. And I would argue we should not be making findings of fact without something on file to actually refer to. And so those are two pieces of the larger puzzle. I just want to make clear, Mr. Desmond, I have nothing against you. This is a pretty simple application, just using sort of my common sense or just looking at the application, I would approve it. I really would. However,
no need to explain. I understand you got a job to do, and it's tough when you got a whole town and you got to do this, 100 times and try to keep everybody treated the same. I get it.
So
it's
not that the application is bad. That's not why I'm voting against it. I'm voting against it on process.
I understand.
I think we are not following the appropriate process. And that's why I don't think we should do it. So it's the process that I would say we cannot move forward, period. I know we just had that vote, but I just want to make clear to you, I have nothing against you, nothing
I
against the
understand.
application.
Oh,
I just
Nope.
think we're doing the wrong process.
I didn't think that for a minute.
So basically, this waiver came up because of a site visit. So do we just schedule a site visit?
Well, that's a good question, Craig, because that's what I was thinking. And I wanted to make sure I wrap up the idea about what we talked about relative to waivers. I agree that with Mac, because it's clearly stated in the application form that if there are waivers that are intended to be submitted, that should be listed. So
Yeah. So if we schedule a site visit, he can have the written waivers into us by the time we have our next meeting.
sure.
Absolutely, yep.
But I'm just trying to say, yes, I agree with you, Craig. We want to schedule a site visit, get that on the books, and also want to make sure I'm answering Mr. Desmond's questions about the waivers. So if you do intend to have waivers, then I think this is exactly the place to do it. Number 25 on the form to do so, and then that would be that part. So I don't want to skip things, but does that help answer the question? So I think we should need to schedule a site visit.
Yeah, that helps me.
Okay.
Next comments as well as your own.
Thank you. So Bill, can we do a site visit?
Yeah, I'm wide open.
Okay.
I was just trying to save you guys some time. If the waivers were, I didn't understand the process. If the waivers were denied, there was no sense you guys coming out there.
I hear
But
you.
I think this will also help you see what's there, so it's a great idea.
So to be clear with everybody, right? If we schedule a site visit, we don't want to have 3 people at one time, right? Because that's considered a public meeting.
Oh, yeah, right.
So what dates would be acceptable, Bill, for any of us to either stop by and look at your property?
Would you want me to be there? Or is it best that I'm not there?
It's not a decision-making time. It's simply gathering information for us.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you're welcome to come anytime, but if you want me there, I just would want to, I'm very flexible, but I just would want to be able to schedule it when it works for anybody. But if you don't need me, pull in the driveway of the house, it's wide open. You can see there's some stakes kind of marking out where the properties are. The septic test sites are marked and they're on the map that you folks have. So it should be fairly easy to find your way around.
The entrance areas are marked,
Yes,
where the driveways would be. Yeah.
there's actually yes, to the right side, when they did that road over last year, they actually put a driveway cut in, and on the left-hand side, there's posts driven in where DOT gave me the permit.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
But
So-
I'm happy to be there also if you prefer that.
From my perspective, you don't need to be there. I'd love to see you and chat with you as we go around and say, this is what we're looking at and that's what we're looking at. But I also know you live elsewhere. So,
But I'm up here working on that house quite often as well, so.
okay. I'm being perfectly selfish and honest when I say this, but I don't want to go on this Saturday because I'm going to be hunting. So
We
If
already
anybody
do
wants
that.
to come, I'm
We
gonna
already
be
do
there.
that, Peter.
If anybody wants to come, I'm gonna be there tomorrow, probably through Monday with this nice weather. I'm trying to get the roof straightened out, so. But again, I don't have to be there.
right. So Sunday, which is what the heck is that date? The 8th. I don't know if anybody else wants to go. I could be there Sunday, the 8th, sometime.
Yeah, I'm not able to make it until next week sometime, so maybe if it's okay with Mr. Desmond, I would just stop by
Please.
when I'd be able to schedule it.
You know the property, George?
Yeah, I
Okay.
know where it is. I mean, I've slowed down when driving by
Yeah.
because of your application, so.
Yeah.
And it's obvious the house that you're working on.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so, about Sunday, are you gonna be up there Sunday?
Yeah.
Sunday at 10 a.m.? Okay. So I'll swing by at that time and, this is right across from the Hazlett's property. It's the place you've been working on the roof. There's some strapping there and.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's okay to pull into that driveway?
Yeah, that's the best place to pull in. Yep.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Just to help me, what's the number of that? What's the street address?
330. Is it 330 Oakland Road?
Okay.
I may stop by tomorrow while you're there working.
Yeah, happy to have you. That's funny. On the application, it doesn't have the address. How is that possible?
You know, I wondered about that because I drive by the place, I've seen it, and I was pretty sure I knew which one it was, but I thought I'd ask. So
Yeah, yeah. It's terrible. I can't
Okay.
remember off the top of my head, but I'm pretty sure it's 330. Yeah, 330. Do you? Not to add any more to anybody's plate tonight, do you want to go over the stuff that I turned in that you requested, the letter from the IFW and that stuff, or are you good with all of that?
in my opinion, we should probably go over it and turn to the fellow board members, you know, let me know how they think too, but
I think it's pretty quick and easy. It's just a list of a few things you requested and you should have them all, so.
we have the Desmond packet. So, Bill, I'm looking at the thing called the Desmond packet.
Yep.
After the application, I see something from the Secretary of State that looks like this is the record contains information talking about your company. Is that correct?
Yeah, there was I think that was just the, on the application, it said if it's owned by a corporation, they wanted that paperwork. But I think that was there beforehand. I think the thing,
Okay.
I have a little list here of the things that you wanted, and I don't know if you want to go over that. This was notes that I took last time before we left the meeting of the things you wanted me to gather.
Yep, let's go for it.
So
Can I interrupt for a second?
Sure.
What date was that Desmond package sent to us?
Stand by. Oh, I don't want to speak for Sheila, but was that before
October 30th.
the 30th?
October 30th is what mine shows.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
I'm not
It was
finding it.
also, it shows it was sent today at 5, oh, never mind.
Okay, you can continue on. I'm not finding it though.
All right, thanks, Craig. Sheila, do you want me to forward the one you sent to me to Craig?
Sure. Or I can. It's up to you.
If you have it right in front of you, go for it. If you want me to do it, I can, just take me a minute.
Okay, Craig, what's your email?
crgsnbe@yahoo.com.
Okay. Send it right off.
I got a question. Can I ask Bill a question?
Yes.
Sure.
The actual application in your packet says acreage to be developed 4.47. Yet the map or the sketch plan shows 3 point, I don't have that right in front
Yeah.
of me, but that was like 0.7. Is it? What's the discrepancy or what?
The discrepancy was I
They-
bought that from a bank and that's what they had stated in the paperwork. So that was the number that I put down. And then when it was surveyed, it looked like there was less, I guess. I meant to ask the surveyor about that, but
I guess we'll have to resolve that at some point to make sure that we're dealing with the right acreage.
so correct that on the app.
Yeah,
Well, it sounds like I've got to change the app anyway, where it, that line 25 for the
Yes.
asking about the waiver anyway.
Okay, so Rich, I know you had that question about the difference in the number of acres talking about.
Yeah.
Thank you for forwarding the email and packet to Craig. I'm sure he'll be receiving that any moment. Mr. Desmond, do you have the list of items to go through?
Yeah, two of them were the stormwater runoff and the geological assessment. George had a concern with the IFW, the deer wintering area. You should have a note from Mr. Keel Kemper about that. And he essentially says that the impact is nil. But you should have a copy of that letter from him.
Got it.
So I guess the first question is, does that, for me, does that satisfy what we were asking for there?
Mr. Desmond, I can't seem to, I made a copy of it and now I can't find it. Could you just quickly read that again for me?
The letter?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. Thank you for contacting me as part of your planning board review process. So I don't have my contacts in. As I understand, you are trying to subdivide a property into 3 lots. The issue that has been raised concerns a mapped deer wintering area associated with the property. Upon review of our files, the deer yard in question is an indeterminate value deer wintering area, DWA number 0200336. This deer yard is approximately 158 acres in size. As an indeterminate value, DWA, it has had no formal survey effort. It does not meet the criteria to be considered a moderate or high value deer wintering area and thus be afforded significant wildlife habitat protection under the National Resources Protection Act. MDIFW has minimal concerns over such a small subdivision property. We believe this action would not have a deleterious,
That's what I'd say.
Yeah.
yeah, there we go, impact to both winter shelter or wintering deer in the town of Belgrade.
Thank you. Yeah, that, as far as I'm concerned, is more than adequate.
Agreed. Okay, so that was one thing. What was the next?
Just a copy of the county soil survey, which you should have.
Yep.
And that was it.
Okay.
And I had, one of the things we discussed was making sure I notified the abutters. I've done that via registered mail and I have the receipts. I don't know if you want me to make copies of those to put in the file for you guys or not, but I don't know as the stamp with the date on it would copy, but I have the green cards that came back.
Bill, and as to that question, I think in the past, we've been able to just copy those green cards, I believe, and that was satisfactory to have just the copy of each of those.
Okay.
Mr. Desmond, on my list, I also had a copy of your deed. Did you provide that to us already?
Yes,
Okay. Thank you.
Was it the bank stuff that you had?
bank stuff.
Yeah, my question is, does that bank stuff, what is that? It's a quit claim deed with covenants. Is that when you answered George's question, were you referring to?
Yes, the copy of the deed. Yeah.
So George, part of the application packet, it's like page, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something.
Okay, thank you, Peter.
Sure.
Juggling
Okay.
too much paper.
I know there's a lot. Yeah. Okay.
So that's all that I had.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, so as I think about this, and thank you everybody for your patience, we know that there are some revisions that have to take place on the application form, right? And we do not have that in front of us, and we have scheduled a site visit, right? So we're mostly complete, but I'm thinking it's not fully complete, right? Because of those revisions that we're talking about, the request of the waivers in particular. I don't want to speak for the board. I'm just telling you what I'm thinking. I'm trying to think about the process that we're supposed to follow as outlined in the ordinance. Okay. How do the other board members feel about what our next steps are relative to this process?
Well, it seems like for me, it seems like we're coming back to the waiver request in terms of, whether we have everything that we need.
Mhm.
In addition to, of course, doing the site visit. I believe Mr. Desmond's given us everything we've requested otherwise.
Mhm.
My personal concerns evolve around the waivers and the issues that the waivers are going to be for, particularly the purpose of a groundwater evaluation, which is to assess whether the septic systems would pose a threat either to the water quality of the wells within the subdivision or to wells in the neighborhood off the subdivision. And just for to know, so you know where I'm coming from, Mr. Desmond, the one thing that gives me pause is one of your soil tests showed that the soil is very shallow in that one location. It's only 15 inches to bedrock. And yeah, you can design around that, but my own personal experience, a lot of times you end up polluting groundwater when you do. And so that's something that you'll need to, maybe you want to talk to, I can't remember if he's still at A.E. Hodgson. I don't remember the engineer's name, but that you mentioned earlier, but
Al or Rick Perskin.
yeah, Rick Perskins is who I meant.
He's with Dirigo now, and his, quite frankly, his opinion was, it's not needed, and it's for such a small thing, in that there's an existing well on site. And just from and don't take this as me being a smart aleck by any means. Isn't that why they request you to have the well 100 feet from the septic, or no? Am I missing something there?
Well, certainly in part, yeah, you're correct about that.
But are you saying with such a shallow soil, it could breach that 100 feet and still get in
Yeah.
there anyway? Is that?
Yeah, I've seen that in wells, particularly along the coast. And I'm not saying that a waiver, I wouldn't be in favor of a waiver. It's a matter of the justification for the waiver. So you might want to make sure he's well aware of that soil test pit with that shallow to bedrock, so that he can consider that in the advice he gives you.
I know he had talked to Al, but I don't know that that was specifically discussed. So I would have to talk with him about that. Yeah, to be sure.
Anyway, that just was something that I wanted to highlight for your benefit.
Certainly, yeah. One of the things that Rick mentioned, he asked if I had done a water test on the existing well for the house. And I said, no, but I specifically asked the previous owner, who was over not just a week or two ago, if they had any problems with it, and he said no. But that doesn't, I don't know if that would be something that would help quell your concerns. It's got to be tested sooner or later anyway.
Yeah.
Might not, maybe that would shed some light on any concerns you might have. I don't know.
Well, since we're looking into the future, it probably doesn't, and it becomes problematic in that with a well that's sat idle as long as that one has, then you have to really pump the bejesus out of it so that you're actually getting a sample of groundwater rather than dirty water that's sitting in that well casing.
Right.
Which in all likelihood, it's got bacteria in it.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with that aspect. And that's part of the reason why I haven't done anything with it yet. So I'm not ready to turn any of that on yet. So
I mostly just want to bring that up to the surface so that you're not surprised by it.
yeah.
Anyway, Peter, to answer your question, to kind of reiterate, I think, we need to see the waiver request and the justification for that.
Yep.
And then, have the benefit of whatever we, see when on site. And then, I don't know that we actually I don't see exactly in the process where we have to decide how we decide when we have a complete application and then decide, if we do that, if we approve the waivers, do we have a complete application, and then do we have an approvable application?
Right. So on page 12, paragraph E, this may or may not help the process along a little bit, but it does talk about upon determination that a complete application has been submitted for review, the board shall issue a date receipt to the subdivider. The board shall determine whether to hold a public hearing on a final plan application. So my thoughts are, after we do a site visit and we get information about on the application form about what's being requested for a waiver, we would then have a way to determine something about whether or not it's complete.
Right.
That's my thinking.
Yeah.
So what that means is so homework, right? Bring it back after we do our site visit. So it was going to be, thinking quite likely, the 19th is already locked up. You know, it's a full agenda already. So probably the first Thursday in December is likely to be the time, which would be December 3rd, where we could take this up, review that stuff, determine whether it's complete or not, and then schedule a final. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. Makes sense to me.
All right, so I think the next steps are, and please tell me if I'm going down the wrong path, any of my fellow board members. The next steps are, Mr. Desmond, that's going to be stuff for you to take up, right, about the waivers.
Yeah.
And I think George made some great points about you know, it's really about the justification. So I think, are we at a good spot to kind of wrap this particular item up for this evening, knowing that the plan ahead involves getting that, basically amending the application to include the things on item 25 to do that homework. Meanwhile, we will do a site visit and we'll have more information next time we meet. Does that make sense?
Yep.
We good?
Yep.
Okay. So I think we should, I don't know if it's realistic, if Gary's still with us or not, I'm not sure. I see his phone. Okay. And Sherry, you're here. Sheila, thank God you're here. So I'm looking ahead towards like the 3rd of December. Okay, for this one. All right. We good?
I am still with you.
All right. Thanks, Gary. I appreciate that. All right. So we'll see the Desmond application, I think, on the 3rd. Does that make sense?
Does to me.
Okay. All right.
Sheila, you all set with that?
We'll put it on for December 3rd. That sounds good.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay. Having said that, I think we're okay. We'll move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you all for your time. I'll see you on the 3rd, and I'll see a couple of you between now and then.
Bill, I'll see you on
Right.
Sunday at 10.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night. Okay, there's that one. There's that one. Is the next one Sherry for Hello Good Pie?
Hello, good pie.
All right.
Hi there.
Hi, Sherry. Thanks for joining us. Thanks.
Thanks for having me.
We're going through a lot of stuff tonight, so. we really
I
appreciate it.
know, yeah, it's okay. I'm just hanging out.
Yeah. And I know you got to get up early for the next business day, so we'll try to be as efficient as possible.
Know how to have the good time, hang out with the planning board.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's always a good time, right?
So everybody probably has the letter. It was addressed to Gary Fuller. It reads this.
Yeah, short and sweet.
I would like to request an extension of my building permit for another year. For your consideration, I would look forward to hearing from you. Sincerely, Sherry Hamilton. And the building permit that we're talking about was for a commercial permit, if you will. That was, when was this approved? Was it, Gary, when was this originally approved?
August 1st, 2019.
August 1st of 2019. And this fell under the Commercial Development Review Ordinance, right?
Yep.
Right.
And so that ordinance talks about
12-month
When-
extension.
that it may be permitted, right?
Yep, for 12 months. Extended for 12 months.
Can we all get there together? What page, Gary, are we talking on that ordinance?
I don't have the ordinance in front of me. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
stand by.
It's in the early section of it.
Yep.
It's the first 3 or 4 pages in.
Oh, really?
Yep.
On page 6, Peter,
Thank you.
4.1 expiration permits are valid for 12 months from the date of the town's approval.
Yep. Okay.
Upon request, approval may be extended for a maximum of one 12-month period.
Then it says permits that have expired shall become null and void, and the applicant shall obtain another permit as required by this ordinance by submitting another application to the planning board or code enforcement officer as applicable.
Yes, the question I would have is, did the permit expire in August? And if so, can we extend it? Or can we extend it at any time before 24 months have expired?
No. The permit expired in August. The letter she sent to the town, we've had in possession for quite some time. We just didn't put it on the agenda until recently.
So it sounds like, Gary, we can extend this another 12 months from August 1st, 2020 to August 1st, 2021.
I believe so. Yes.
Okay. So it sounds like a simple thing to be able to do. And I'm hearing that it sounds like it's acceptable to extend this. It's permittable and legal to extend it. Am I hearing that correctly?
That's my impression.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So I'm leaning on others who know more than I do about that part. And to make sure that that's clear.
The letter doesn't have a date on it, so.
Right. So
Was it post stamped?
Just out of curiosity, did you just not get around to doing it?
Because of your agenda, we've held off putting it on the agenda. I don't know the exact date we got it, but it if it was a little after August 1st, it wasn't much.
I've lost video, but to answer your question, because of COVID and the extreme summer that we've had, I wasn't able to I didn't wasn't able to address this in a timely fashion.
Yeah.
And so I'm hoping
get-
that, you can understand the notion of the just how it has been through this 9-month period, and I'm asking for an extension and forgiveness for my probably not being right on point on dates, but I would like to ask for an extension just in case we can move forward with my plans.
Yeah, the rules, the ordinance itself hasn't changed in terms of standards and stuff, so I really don't have a problem with extending it.
Yeah, thank you.
Nor do I, Peter.
Thank you.
Nor do I.
Thank you again.
Right. Yeah, I don't have any problem with it either. It's certainly extenuating circumstances.
Yeah, it's been such a strange year, hasn't it?
Kooky.
Understatement.
Yep.
Kooky is a goofy way to say that.
Yeah. It is. It is.
Thank you, guys.
All right, so we haven't voted on it yet, but I think we have an understanding of the direction we want to go.
Okay.
And we'll be making a motion to recommend, well, I don't want to say it. So I'd entertain a motion on this.
Can I ask a question first, Peter, a procedural
Yes.
one?
Yes.
And I guess this is for Gary, maybe Sheila, but probably Gary. So Gary, if we approve this extension, is the process that you would then send a letter on our behalf saying that it's been extended to thus and so date?
Yeah, either myself or Sheila, one of us, or both of
Okay.
us. Yep.
Okay, I was just curious how it would be documented. And
I think we'd draft a letter and probably Peter would have to sign it.
oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve, extend the application for 12 months from the date of its original expiration.
Thank you.
Motion
I'll second it.
and seconded. Points of discussion. I want to make sure to mention this to everybody here. The permit and expirations that we're talking about, there's nothing in here that talks about doing it more than once, right? If it's in there,
No, it is not. It is not in there.
unless I'm overlooking something, Gary, and I just want to make sure I'm talking this out. It says permit approval may be extended for the maximum of one additional 12-month period.
Right, after that, then it's another full review by the board.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's,
I just want to make sure I talk that out because Sherry, as you might know, everything in the village is under a microscope. So we want to make sure that we're being very clear about what we can and can't do and all that. That's all.
of course, yeah, I understand.
Any more discussion on this before we take a vote? Hearing none. George, are you,
Yes,
Mac,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes,
Peter, yes. 5 in favor, none opposed. And so administratively, between Sheila, Gary, and myself, we'll have something documented and sent to you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And best wishes to you.
Best wishes to all of you. Thank you, all of you.
Thank you.
Have a good
All
evening.
right.
Bye-bye.
Bye now.
Good night.
Peter.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Thank you. Hi, Craig.
Hey, you guys still have a quorum. I'm getting sore staring at this. Been holding my head up in my hand. So I'm gonna be signing off.
Understood. We really appreciate your time. Really
Yeah.
appreciate your time.
Greg, I just wanted to say, I'm glad to see that you're healthy. I'm amazed that you're able to do this, so.
Yeah, well, I was amazed how quickly I was able to come back and how little pain I was actually in.
Oh,
You know,
that's
for what
fine.
they did. It's pretty amazing. I mean, I don't know if you can see it, but they went in here to work back here.
Ah.
And
Oh.
Crazy.
it's,
And you're moving around and stuff. It's amazing.
I was actually going for a walk the next morning. They told me to walk is whatever I could handle.
Wow.
And I can't do anything else. I can't lift over 8 pounds, a gallon of milk. I can't do any bending and stretching and any of that stuff. And I don't even go back for a follow-up until the 25th of November. And that's when they're going to start physical therapy. So still, I got to be careful, even though I'm doing all
Yeah,
right.
definitely. You don't want to sit back.
Just sitting here, I'm having a hard time now. So
Understood.
I'm gonna sign off.
All right.
Take
All right,
care. Good to
Thank
see
you,
you.
Craig.
Good to see you, Craig.
All righty. Done. Next on the agenda,
Timber Point,
Timber Point.
Adam Gardner.
Adam, welcome. Good to see you. Okay.
Likewise.
All right. Where are we? And all righty. Adam, thanks for coming in tonight. We really appreciate your time. We should be able to, I think, get through this one fairly well. Let's see. We're looking at application 20.74 on map 8A, lot 9. Did I do that correctly?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, thank you. Let's see, we've got applicant is Adam from G&L Contracting. The owner is Valerie, I don't want to say the name incorrectly, Lasso?
Thanks from Lomero.
Okay,
Not 100% on that, but yes.
okay. And this property is located at 314 Timber Point Road on Long Pond. The proposal is to remove the garage and replace with a bunk house. Existing sewage disposal type is designed for a 3-bed currently. Is that correct?
Yes, and there should be approved septic for the additional 2 bedrooms in that packet,
Okay.
which would go across the road, which is technically the, it's not association land, it's Steve Haig's land, but it'd go right next to the existing field.
Okay. And so not to get too detailed, so Adam, I'm looking at kind of a drone picture or overview and
Yep.
a red border around, I think, the proposed lot and where stuff is happening. And I see a clearing and a couple one structure and a couple cars or something. And so back by the road, that's where you're talking about for that last item?
For the septic,
Yeah.
the septic is, do you have the survey map?
Stand by, maybe.
If you look on the survey, it'll show you the Timber Point Road, and then right on the opposite side of it is the existing septic. And then we're just gonna add on, right on the side of it, 10 Elgins. So that land there's technically, I believe the Haig family owns all that land down in there. When they developed it, they gave everyone easements to put septics on their property because most of the lots down there don't have enough setbacks for the septics.
Oh.
So it's technically not going on their property, but it's just gonna pump up to the other side of the field.
Okay.
It shows on the septic plan.
Yeah, I think I got down to it finally, so I think I get it. Oh yeah, driveway to cottage and then existing disposal bed and some other stuff about the stuff you're talking about.
The proposed expansion.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep, precisely. Okay. What questions do we have for the applicant? Go ahead, Mac.
Number 6 on the application says you need to attach a copy of a septic system inspection report documenting it's not malfunctioning. There's no report.
There's one I gave with the application. Gary has that.
It's not in my packet.
Oh.
There's a application for a new system, but there's no inspection of the existing system.
It was submitted with it.
Okay.
I don't know if someone has the actual paper copy. I don't know if they scan it and put it in there. I know that there's one already filed with the town. And then that one was actually sent over as well with the permit when it was dropped off.
I don't know why the board doesn't have it, but I do have it.
Okay, so Gary, you've got the
Existing.
inspection
Of
that
the
says it.
I do. Yep.
Oh, okay, and it says that it passed or whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. Mhm.
Yeah, I don't have it either, although I do have the one for your next permit application.
Yeah, I submitted them both with each one, trying to make sure you get all the paperwork ahead of time this time.
Yeah.
Yep. Thank you.
Unless I can find them.
Okay. Well, Gary has it, so I'm thinking if Gary has it, he can make sure that Sheila has it and there's a copy in the town for the town. And so do the board members, is that an acceptable thing? It's not, we don't get a chance to see it, but we have the fact that Adam submitted it and Gary has it, so. Are we okay?
Fine with me.
Yeah, fine with me too. I mean, it's, the whole purpose is so that we're assured that it's not malfunctioning and that Gary has it is what's most important.
Right. So Mac, is that okay? Does that address your concern? It's not a great solution for tonight's discussion, but we want to make sure that we can still move forward.
I agree, it's fine.
Thank you. Okay, that was for number 6. And Adam, there are 3 bedrooms currently. Going to add 1 for a total of 4.
Add 1, but since it's considered a bunkhouse, they require me to add a 2-bedroom septic to it.
I understand. So it sounds like the design will be more than enough to handle what number of bedrooms are at that site. Is that correct?
Correct. So if they wanted to add another bedroom down the road, they would be allowed to. How that's kept track of would be, for the homeowner to keep track of it.
Okay. So I just want to go through a couple basic things. So total lot area is, it looks like about 3/4 of an acre.
Yep.
And that's within shoreline zone 26.5. What is the total area of cleared openings? Oh, okay. So like the picture showed, it's wooded or with vegetation around most of that lot with a small opening, correct?
Yes, pretty much. If you look at like the survey, essentially the parking area driveway is about the only spot that's not covered. If you're looking at it, straight down. If you walk around there, then obviously, it's looks a little bit different than an aerial view.
Sure. And I just want to make sure we talk this out. Are we looking at 20% lot coverage by adding this bunkhouse in any form or fashion?
We're over the 20% coverage, but we're already existing over the 20% coverage. We're actually going to be decreasing it a little bit. If you look at the numbers on the survey, the existing right now is 26.4%, and then at the end of it would be at 23.3%. Sorry, 26.1% or 26.4% right now. So we go down 0.3%. We're just essentially tearing down the garage, sliding it back as far as we can, kind of rotating to get back from the lake, and then covering the existing driveway, which would be non-vegetated area.
Okay.
So we're not cutting any trees or anything like that. We can't go back any further because that shed right behind it is on a concrete slab. And then once we get past that, there's like where that culvert is, it's fairly wet in there. And then anything up, the rest of the way to the road is heavily wooded. It's a small area.
Okay. Just for everybody's awareness, in my package, I'm not seeing like a site plan that shows where it's going. So I'm trying to follow along.
Oh,
I swear to God, I am.
that second, is it in that file, in the second file in the folder that I have,
Stand by.
shows the survey.
I was looking
which
at the
has
wrong
site
one.
plan. Yeah, if you
I'm
go,
sorry.
okay.
Thank you.
Should be fairly well, like, the main reason, we hired Thayer Engineering to come in for this one is because we know the lot, it's very tight and we're, right at the max of everything. So he spent quite a bit of time figuring out all the square footages and percents and everything like that, and, shows where everything is existing and what's proposed.
I got it. That helps a lot. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Peter,
Go ahead, Mac.
I guess I'm confused as to how the unvegetated surface is decreasing, given that the proposed building is larger than the garage.
Because we're stepping it back. If you look at the survey, you see where it says like stone walkway on the front of the building, like the water side of the building. You see that old garage, that original point's at 71.5 feet, and we slide that back and revegetate that front portion there. So right now, all behind that garage is actually just, you see in the pictures, it's all crushed bluestone. So that little bit there, by sliding it back as far as we can, is what's going to be added back into the vegetated area.
But the proposed building is going on top of unvegetated area?
Correct. Yeah, it's like parking right now, essentially. if you look in those pictures there, Mac, let's see. If you look in the either one, second picture, the first picture. You can see to the right of that garage, so that back side of the garage of that window, that's all driveway right there. We're gonna come up right almost to that little garden.
Oh, I see.
So think of it as we're gonna tear down the existing one, slide back as far as we can, cover existing unvegetated. We'll give a little bit of vegetated area back across the front, but we just need a walkway to come out of there. It's not a lot, but we don't really have much option. You know, we're already over that 20% because of the driveway and all the buildings and everything else existing.
Okay, thanks.
Good
Yep.
question. Thanks, Mac. Thank you, Adam. Are any trees being removed during this?
No. Other
I'm
than the
sorry,
ones for the septic.
I'm sorry, George. I started to talk and I saw your hand up. So do you
That's
have?
fine. Adam just responded to you.
Oh, okay, great.
Question for you, Adam. I'm a little confused by the square footages for the proposed structure. It's sort of below question number 10. It says 776 and then 292 new. On the site plan, it appears that the proposed structure is 916 square feet, and I'm just having a hard time reconciling all that.
The 776 should be that would be the size of the building itself, and then the 292 would be the additional from the actual existing garage to what's being added. The difference in the square footage of the footprint. Andy in here might be including the overhangs. And I was doing strictly footprint. 916, which is so you only have a partial, when they scanned it, they didn't show the actual footprint of the building. You just, on all of yours, you just have the 2 of 2.
I'm sorry.
On the actual copy that you have, you only have the elevations. When they scanned it through, they don't have the actual footprint.
Oh, okay.
And let me grab, I got it right here. But it's like 22.5 by 32, so whatever that comes out to, less the overhangs. Yeah, 34.6 by 22.5. Yeah, 787. So you must have done the actual overhang of the building to get that 900.
Okay. And just to go back to the decrease in unvegetated area on the site plan, the Thayer site plan, of course, what we got is so small, I had to use a magnifying glass to read it, but it's the last category, proposed total impervious area, that comes out to 23 point, I can't quite read it without my percent.
I had to zoom way in, George, to see it too. It's tough.
Yeah, I got a paper copy, so but I just wanted to confirm I'm looking at the right figure.
Yeah, 23.3 would be the end of it. So if you look on there, it's just the gravel to be revegetated, and it's part of that front area close to the lake, and then that back side is gaining us that 3% roughly from where it is now.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. All right. So with this proposed activity or structure, we're reducing the amount of unvegetated area by a small amount. The structure is moving away from the lake, right?
Correct.
So I'm not seeing any increase in nonconformity at this point. Do other board members have questions for Adam or concerns that we need to ask him right now about this? Okay, did we lose Rich? No, he's there. Okay.
Oh, I'm here.
All right, thanks, Rich.
You just lost me picture wise,
Okay,
but I don't have any questions.
okay, excellent. Getting back to George's question about what's on the application, did I hear this correctly? That is what's on number 10. Is that accurate?
That's accurate as the footprint size of the building itself. I think what Andy Dunbar did was the overhangs and everything.
Okay.
The ease with that walkway in the front.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Adam? Go ahead.
I have one. So it is a, bunkhouse that will have a wet bar in it, fridge, sink, but no microwave and no stove. And I don't know why on the original permit, I don't know if Gary has that with him or not, but there is a floor plan in there. It specifies that in there as well, just so we're upfront and clear about it.
Yep. Thank you for saying that.
Yep.
If Gary has that, let's see, I'm looking at this. Okay.
If I have what, Peter?
Gary, Adam was saying that on something that was presented to the town that specified that there would be no, there would be a wet bar, but no, how did you say it, Adam? No.
No stove or microwave, no cooking facilities. There's attached to that permit, there's another page with that, for whatever reason, wasn't scanned through, and it has on there, just shows a wet bar, shows the inside layout with the loft and everything else. I'm guessing it just wasn't scanned when it was sent through. I can always send another one, but pretty sure it was there.
I know I've seen it, but it wasn't scanned for some reason. Yeah, it wasn't scanned for some reason, Adam.
Okay.
But thank you for supplying that. Okay, if no more comments or questions for Adam, I would entertain a motion on this application.
How about if I try?
Go ahead.
Make a motion, we approve the application, provided that, with the condition that DEP's best management practices be adhered to during construction, during and after, whatever. I'm not sure, is there any other conditions we need to deal with?
Well, in the last application we had, or not the last, one of the ones we did earlier, we decided to have a condition on prohibiting installation of cooking facilities. just for
Yeah,
extra
we'll do this
clarity.
same with this one. Yeah.
Okay.
And Rich, is your first condition regarding stormwater or soil erosion?
Stormwater. Well, basically, I'm looking for the drip edges issue.
Right. One thing in the permit, 'cause I know this got brought up one of our last meetings, that you wanted to see a plan for that. So there's just a rough plan in there for stormwater. We're gonna crush down the drip edges and practice best management practices when we're doing the building. So it is in that permit already. There's an actual piece of paper in there stating that we're gonna do that, just so you have the record.
Thank you, Adam. Thanks.
Oh,
Have
yeah, it's right
motion?
on the site plan already. As Adam mentioned, I just saw it now.
Is it in the text that I can't read? That's,
Yeah, well, it goes around the two, it's on the two sides of the building.
gotcha.
There's also a separate page that says stormwater management, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 items that he's addressed.
Correct. Trying to submit that with all the permits from now on moving forward. So if you see an issue with that, obviously feel free to let me know and I'll update it as we move forward on other future permits.
I have it right in front of me.
I do have just one question for
Satellite
Adam,
picture.
if I may, or is this a bad time? Should I wait until we hit?
This is good as time as ever.
All right, yeah, on that stormwater management bulleted items that you had, Adam.
Yep.
One of the items was we'll add gutters to deal with rainwater. What are you really getting at there?
Some of the some of the past permits, they required gutters if we're within the 100 feet to deal with any rainwater coming off. On this one, I don't see it's feasible because it's a metal roof. If it was shingled roof, I'd agree with it, but a metal roof is just gonna rip them off. So the crushed stone. I was trying to do a basic stormwater for all of our projects that, you know, as moving forward, it's in there that if it's feasible, I have no problem putting gutters on them. I know on a couple of them, they required gutters. The planning board has, so it's just kind of a cookie cutter one that we're trying to use on all of them.
The reason I ask is I'm not aware that we've required in Belgrade gutters, partly because a lot of times they defeat the whole purpose of stormwater management, in the sense that you're not infiltrating the water into the ground. You're giving it a, you're collecting it all in it, and it has more of a tendency to run overland.
I think the planning board in Belgrade's done it to me at least twice that I can think of.
Really? Huh.
Yep.
Not, maybe my memory's failing me, but I don't recall any since I've been on the board. I'm not a big fan of gutters myself, but.
I'm not either, but if it's required to put on, I'll put them on a building. So.
Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, the way Rich did it, I mean, gutters are not part of DEP best management practices.
Okay.
Right. I think going forward, what we're trying to do, Adam, is to reference the best management practices that are outlined in that publication that DEP has, and they may have several options. So trying to make sure that they're all available to you. So whatever could work as a best management practice, that's what we want. If that helps, just want to make sure you know. So we have a motion on the floor with 2 conditions. Was that seconded?
Yeah, I second it.
Thank you. Any more discussion on this? Hi, Mac.
So I recognize that this is kind of an improvement of the existing conditions in some ways, but I guess I'm kind of stuck that it says principal, the land use standards state, as I read it, that they have to be set back at least 100 feet. And this will be set back 75 feet, not 100 feet.
Correct, only because we have an existing structure that's closer than the 75. So to feasibly move it back, we're moving it back as far as we can and covering already existed non-vegetated area.
Right, but I guess the way I interpret it, you are not increasing the nonconformity in the sense that you are decreasing impervious surface or not increasing that. However, you are increasing nonconformity in the sense that you have accessory structures less than 100 feet and you are building another one less than 100 feet.
Very close, but if you look at the statistics on that set of plans on the right, so the garage between the 0 to 100 foot is what we're concerned about. That's 537 feet right now existing, and it's going to end up at 496 square feet. So we're actually decreasing the nonconformity within the 100 foot of the lake. We're not 100% eliminating it because, you know, unfortunately, I'm stuck to the piece of property and what's there existing and where I can place this building. But we are, you know, we're decreasing the impervious surface. We are decreasing the amount within the 100 foot to the most that we can.
So there's less square footage within 100 feet when you're done than what there was when you started.
Correct. Yeah, about 40 square feet.
Mac, does that help address your question?
I mean, am I interpreting it wrong, board members? It says it has to be 100 feet. It's not 100 feet.
What page are you on?
Page 30.
I think what you're referring to is if,
I'm sorry, page 29, number 1.
I think it's if we're going to build something new that's not already existing. So this would be one of the cases where we're going to move it back farthest practical extent possible.
It's not
So,
existing, it's a new structure.
Nope, but the square footage space that we're using is existing. So we're taking an existing structure and, you know, it'd be like me taking the structure and originally we were going to lift it up, spin it 90 degrees and set it back down on the foundation and then add on to the back of the foundation. But the condition that this building's in, you know, being from, I think, the 70s is when it was built, just doesn't make financial sense to spend the money for me to jack this up, rotate it 90 degrees, set it back down, and then cut half of the slab inside out to put in a bathroom, slide it, you know, come back another 12 feet. At that point, I'm over the 50% of value. So you could say, okay, well, you can pick it up and slide it back those couple feet. So that's essentially what I'm asking for, is to be able to tear it down, slide it back a little bit, make the lot more conforming than it is now, and build this new structure in its place.
Peter?
Yes.
I thought the relevant section of the ordinance is on page 14 with regard to reconstruction and replacement. I mean, this is a non-conforming structure, if I have that correctly, that is being demolished and moved back to the most practical extent, about 5 feet or so. And then it's being reconstructed at a size that's slightly less than the current structure. The ordinance requires it that it cannot be any bigger than the current structure. I thought that was the relevant criteria that we.
I think I agree, George. As long as we agree that it's being moved back to the greatest practical extent when it's being reconstructed. I think that's where it would fall.
Right. Because as Adam noted earlier, and you can kind of tell on the site plan that, I mean, but it's just about touching the next building back. And Adam mentioned that that building's on a foundation or slab, maybe a slab, maybe that's what you said.
Yes.
So based on our conversation of this application, my thinking, I am in agreement with you, George, that we're talking about reconstruction or replacement of a non-conforming structure, which is on page 14. And then on 15, it says, in determining whether the building reconstruction or replacement meets the setback to the greatest practical extent, the planning board shall consider, in addition to physical criteria, condition and type of foundation present, if any. So, this practical extent clause, I think, does definitely apply here, and I think that the applicants have done an adequate job at showing that that's the greatest practical extent right there. So Mac, in answer to your question about what was on page 30, if it were strictly a principal or accessory structure that we're talking about, yes, in my opinion, we'd be talking about that area. But we're talking about, I think the answer is no, because we're talking about reconstruction or replacement of a non-conforming structure, which is on page 14.
Okay, I see that, but then if that's the case, it says if the reconstructed or replacement structure is less than the required setback, it shall not be any larger than the original structure.
The part of it that is non-conforming within the 100 foot is less. I believe that's what it's referring to because, for instance, you know, if we say you added on to a house that's non-conforming within the 100, as long as you're not expanding it widthwise in the 100 and you're going further back away from the lake, you'd be allowed to add on anything out of that 100 foot. So the stuff out of the 100 foot would be considered conforming. So the non-conforming would be back to the existing footprint and proposed within the 100, and it decreases the 40 feet. So we're not actually using all of that square footage that we have now. It's actually going to be smaller in the non-conforming part.
Okay, I can see that.
Very good points, Mac. I'm glad you brought them up.
Okay.
It's good. Good discussion, everybody. So we have a motion on the floor. It's been seconded. Some good discussion about some particulars, which is healthy for us all. I think we're ready to vote. So, George?
Yes.
Mac?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
And Peter? Yes. So that's 4 in favor, none opposed. Adam, the permit will be mailed to you.
Thank you.
Adam, I just want to say I want to make sure I'm getting all my process and points correct. I think the application itself, I do think it is decreasing nonconformity, and I think it's a good application. I think you're improving the lot. So I'm not questioning the development. I just want to make sure that I can make a case, that I'm following the rules.
Nope, it makes perfect sense. Like I said, it's trying to do what we can to make sure it fits in that area and decrease what we can without trying to make it larger. But no, I appreciate it because it makes everyone keep everything, you know, on the table and everyone knows what's going on.
Right.
Thank you. Adam, do we still have you? Oh,
Yes.
Up next for the Woodland Camp Shoreline app, is that right?
Yes. So real quick before you get into it, there's an existing permit already issued by the planning board for this project for a previous owner, which has been renewed this past summer. So the main thing we're asking for is the permit I have does not allow me to put a second floor on it. So we're looking to put essentially 1 bedroom, we're gonna call it, you know, bunkhouse again, no cooking facilities, so have a wet bar. It has a 2-bedroom septic going next to the existing septic that's on there. I didn't go through the expense of hiring a full survey, but the lot plan should have everything on there, mainly because the only reason we're here, we're almost at that 250 mark where I wouldn't have to come to the planning board, but we're like 200 feet from the lake where this is actually getting built.
Thanks, Adam.
You answered one of my questions, Adam. I think the application, when I first looked at it, said garage with living space. And I was initially interpreting that as a dwelling unit, which the property can't support 2 dwelling units. So we need to make it very clear that this is a bunkhouse or whatever,
Right.
not having cooking facilities.
Unfortunately, the previous owner bought this back lot off a neighbor and put it in his name instead of a separate name, because otherwise it would be considered a second dwelling because that second lot would have been large enough because it didn't have the shore frontage. But now it's just been combined, we can't pull it apart.
Yeah.
So I agree. No, it needs to have a stipulation like all the other ones that no cooking facility.
Adam, so I think you've answered my question, because just without knowing the lot that the tennis court's on, that's the same ownership as the camp lot, right?
Correct.
That's why it's right on the property line, slightly over the property line.
Yeah, it's all one right now, one actual piece of property, one deed. Might have 2 different descriptions in it, but that property line, you see like a road there, gravel driveway, that's gonna kind of go away. And that'll be kind of where the front of that garage is. So that used to be the old road and they've reworked it to go behind the garage for the neighbors.
Okay, thank you.
Car lane or something?
Yeah, car lane, yep.
How far from the high water mark is the proposed garage?
200 feet, maybe 202
Oh.
feet.
Okay, all right.
Mac, you had a question?
Yeah, I just, the septic system inspection report says it's malfunctioning. Am I misinterpreting that?
They repaired, I think it was something coming out of the tank, one of the lines to the tank or something. It was repaired and fixed. Whether that gets filed with Gary, I honestly don't have a clue, but I know there was work done on there.
All I have in front of me is that it's a malfunctioning system.
It asks for the report whether it passes or fails, so I sent the report in. I don't know if there's another piece of paper, honestly, to show that it's been fixed or not fixed. That'd be a question for Gary on that. Because I know they said they had work done to it.
Well, I interpret this as the application says you have to attach a copy of a report documenting it is not malfunctioning. The only report I have is that it is malfunctioning.
For that, from what I've been told by the homeowner, it had been fixed. I don't know, honestly, because they did that when they bought it. I don't know if another inspection has to get done, or if there's a file they have to file with Gary, a piece of paper.
I would say it has to be re-inspected and documented as functioning.
Or a piece of paper filed that whatever was malfunction was fixed. It could just been a dip in the tank, or the line to the tank.
Gary, can you shed some light on this?
I'm trying to. I'm reading through his report right now.
Yeah, what I thought was particular, what seemed to be the issue was the outlet lateral was too close to the outlet baffle, preventing proper flow of effluent to the leach field, which resulted in the tank backing up with water.
Yeah, I just read that. I honestly don't know that they've taken care of this or not. I don't know.
I was told before they closed on the property that they did work on the septic, but when I asked for the inspection report, that's all the realtor and the homeowner had was that. So I don't know. I'm not using that septic. I agree that if it's got to be a pass, it's got to be a pass. We're doing a septic right next to it. I can look and see if there's anything else in that email. But, you know,
Peter, in the last application, you know, they said it was on file with Gary, and Gary said it was, and so I went along with that. You know, I just want to make sure it's there on file. If Gary doesn't have it and I don't have it, then I don't think we can move forward. It's not a complete application.
Yeah, well, can you hear me?
Yes,
What
Gary.
He says, in my opinion, on the day of the inspection, the absorption area was in satisfactory condition. In other words, the leach field. Once the outlet lateral is repaired, recommended evaluation of the distributed box in the outlet field laterals to ensure satisfactory condition. But I can't honestly tell you that he ever sent me anything that said it was repaired.
yeah,
So I would go back to the same inspector that did this and see that he did, well, somebody did the repairs.
Peter, if I may, to sort of build on Mac's point, if you go to page 64, there's language about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines down. A permit may not be issued for a new or expanded structure when the subsurface waste disposal system is malfunctioning, unless the application includes provisions for a replacement waste disposal system to be completed prior to occupation of the new or expanded structure. That latter part really isn't relevant here, but it just speaks to the fact that we really can't act on this until we have documentation that it was repaired.
but isn't it, we're not using that septic though. The other septic design that you have there is completely separate from that one. It's got its own tank and it just goes right next to that one. They're actually not tied together. So that second part would actually allow me to be able to build, correct? And we just have to get the other one repaired because that's for the actual house. I'd agree with you if I was tying into that septic, but I'm not.
Oh,
So I have a question for you, Adam, because I guess I was thinking that it was. So can you just help me on the application where it shows that you're not using the failing system?
Do you have the septic plans in front of you?
There's a brand new septic plan for 180 gallon per day, two bedroom, new garage with 2 bedrooms above.
Correct.
Is that the one that Ken Stratton supplied on 10/8/20?
Yes,
Yes.
sir.
okay.
So please forgive me because I didn't understand this as we're going through it. I was thinking that you were going to what was. So as Matt was talking about, bringing up his points and as George was bringing up his, I was thinking I'm in agreement. But if you're distinguishing and saying you're not tying to that failing system,
No.
And that this new design is what you're going to, that's a different story to me.
Yeah. Sorry
This
about
is-
that. I grabbed the wrong end of the stick as well.
Yeah,
Well,
no, it's
I-
it's a brand new system.
I
Go ahead,
mean,
Mac.
maybe that's the case, but none of the paperwork demonstrates that. So I'm not at all comfortable signing off on that. If that is in fact the case, then that should have been submitted with the application. Why would you submit a malfunctioning septic system if it's not even something you're going to use? And in your application, it says area of expanded system. It doesn't say this is a totally separate system. It says expanded system, which indicates that it is in fact part of the existing system.
Are you looking at the brand new septic design, Mac?
I'm looking at the wastewater disposal system application.
Yeah, and if you look,
There's a hand drawing.
if you look at the front page and you to the right-hand side, it says complete non-engineered system.
If I look at the front page,
Oh, yeah, that Ken Stratton's name is on the bottom.
right, okay, it says complete non-engineered system.
Yeah, so they're putting in a brand new complete system.
Right, but but then on the next page in the drawing, it says expanded system. It doesn't say totally complete, has nothing to do with the existing malfunctioning system.
If you look at the plans itself, it's actually not tied in. It's just going next to the existing bed, trying to keep the beds together. In all honesty, the septic report that I got from the realtor, I never opened. I printed it. I didn't read it because it says in there just submit it over. The homeowner said they had something repaired on it, so I just assume it'd be in there. Usually, some people who do the inspection does the repair. That field that's failed is for the actual house itself. I'm not doing anything to the house right now.
Well, for what it's worth, even if I agreed with the argument, which I don't, but even if I did, I don't know why we would approve construction on a site where we know there's a failing septic system.
I can see us working on the house. I would agree with you, but where I'm doing a separate, complete septic right next to the other one, I would recommend it's put in there as a contingency or something saying that that needs to be followed up. It needs to be a piece of paper filed that was actually corrected. I don't know how long they have to correct a failed septic. If it's, I mean, Gary might be able to help on this. Is it 30 days? Is it a year? Is it 6 months?
30 days.
30 days.
Well, I mean, I don't know, the rest of the board, you guys got to think about it, but I'm going back to my original point. You know, I want to follow the process and make sure I'm following the rules. I'm not comfortable that I'm following the standards if this is the paperwork I have in front of me. If somebody came back and said, why did you approve that? I would not be able to defend myself.
Right now, I have a approved permit from the planning board to go build this garage, put in my frost walls, put in the second floor is just empty space, just airspace, because I'd be a roof system. All we're doing is using the roof system. So right now, I can go build this just without a septic or a bathroom. Because this permit was issued before they required the septics to be inspected. I just want to make sure that we're clear that I still have a permit that I could go and start building. I just can't put my second floor on is what we're looking at, even though I have a separate septic design next to that one until I could show that one was fixed. Do you kind of follow?
I have no idea about that, Adam. I was not here when you say that permit was issued. All I have is in front of me the application for what you're trying to do here. That's all I'm talking about. I don't want to get into what other applications you have on file. That's a totally separate discussion. I'm not trying to be angry.
It's not,
I'm just
it's-
trying to say I don't want to confuse the issue. The issue at hand is the application that's in front of us.
technically amending an existing permit that's already out there that's been issued, that they've gone through this. It's just we're looking to put that second floor living space in there.
Well, I mean, I think this may be just something moving forward. I think this may just be something, miscommunication we've had. I don't know, but I am not comfortable approving things when significant changes are made during the meeting, vocally, you know, like I want a complete application on paper in front of me. I want a findings of facts that I can point to the actual application. This is what I approved. This is why I approved it. If I don't have that, it doesn't make sense to me to approve it. So if you say that it's not attached to the existing malfunctioning system, if you say you have this other permit, all that should have been documented in your application and said, I don't think you need to look at the existing system because it's not attached. I think this is part and parcel of an existing application. Here's a copy of that existing permit. Here's a copy of that permit for you to use in your review of this. None of that's there.
At the time when I submitted this, I knew it was an old permit because I bid on this job 2 years ago, and the time was up on it. So when I first talked to Gary, we didn't think it was renewed. And then when I spoke to the actual homeowners and the previous owner, they said they renewed it right before they listed, which just picked up from the 1 year renewal. So it was just picked up from there. The other septic, it's shown there because we're putting it right next to it, but we're not actually tying into that particular septic itself. It's a completely separate one. I do agree the other one, if it says it's failed, then it needs to be fixed. But from what I have, which obviously you can't see my emails, shows that it was fixed. Unfortunately, you know, like I said, I never actually opened that septic report because I'm not touching that septic. It doesn't concern me, but obviously moving forward, I will read through it and make sure there's another piece of paper from someone, because it would still be a failed septic report, even if I have another piece of paper saying, hey, here's the piece of paper that it was fixed.
Well, let me say this whole conversation could have been avoided if, when Ken Stratton designed this system, if he didn't check the box that said expanded system. He should have checked the box that said first time system, because it's not an expanded system if it's not connected. So
Correct.
Ken should have changed that. Ken shouldn't have wrote that.
He didn't have the failed inspection.
Yep.
You know, so he wouldn't have known. And honestly, I knew that it was an issue, and I knew that the previous owner, Joe, has fixed it via emails that I have.
Yeah.
So however you need to proceed, like I said, it's something I'm not using that existing system. I'm doing a separate one right next to it.
It's up to the planning board what they want to do. I mean,
Correct.
you could talk to Ken Stratton and have him change that so it doesn't say expanded system. Because I do see where Mac's coming from. It does say expanded system. And it shouldn't. It should say first time system because it's not connected to the other one. Therefore, it's really not an expanded system.
Yes. Agreed. Go ahead, George.
Well, I was just going to add to that. If we had, I have a question for Mac, but for me, if the drawing showed that the existing disposal system is only connected to the existing house and that the new leach field system is only attached to the proposed garage / bunkhouse, you know, that would be helpful in its own right, to clarify that point.
It does show that on the septic design. Shows the garage, it shows a new tank for the garage, and it shows the new system for the garage.
Okay, well, maybe I'm looking in the wrong place then.
And no place does it show that it's connected to the existing. The page that you were looking at shows existing disposal field and Canro area of expanded system. Now, if you flip the page to the next page, you'll see there's no connection between the two.
Oh, I don't have the next page.
You don't have page 3 or 4 of Ken Stratton septic design?
I have, yeah, I do, but,
Right there.
oh, okay, no, you're right. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
You see,
I stand corrected.
you see where there's no
Yeah,
connection?
yeah. No, you're absolutely correct.
Yep.
Okay, thank you, Gary.
Yep.
So Mac, that kind of brings me to, I'm trying to better understand where you're coming from. Or do I just want to make sure I understand. Since we have this inspection report for the wastewater system that serves the camp, and it indicates there's a problem that may have been fixed. We just don't have any documentation of that. The fact that that is really not, but yet on the other hand, we have the application before us, which is for an entirely different structure with its own wastewater system. Are you arguing that the fact that we're not, it's not part of the application that we have before us, we should still consider the fact that that leach field is failing? I may have not worded that very well, but.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying. I don't want to necessarily get into that discussion. We've already been here for hours and hours. I don't want to belabor Adam's time here. I think we need to decide whether or not we're going to act on his application or not, so he can go home, and then we can have our own discussion about, you know, what is or is not valid in terms of reviewing.
But I think what George is maybe asking is, do you think that we can't deal with this particular application, which doesn't involve the failing system, simply because there is a failing system on the property?
I think we cannot deal with this application because the application is incomplete. Adam has made a case right now during the meeting that the systems are separate. That is not what I have in the application. If he wants that to be the actual application, then I would need a new application. As Gary said, the form doesn't say it. Adam submitted materials that don't make it appear that way. I think it needs to be clear that it's totally separate or whatever, but that's not the case at all on the application in front of me. So I think that's why we can't act on it. I think it's a separate question whether or not I would act on it. You know, George's question.
So one of your points is he needs to go back to Ken Stratton and say, this is not an expanded system. The application that or the design you've got here is for an expanded system. This is a new system. You need to change that and come back to us.
Yes, I agree. Now,
I don't disagree.
Okay.
I don't disagree.
I'm struggling with this because we have a pretty clear, I didn't see it at first, but pretty clear drawing in the wastewater disposal system application showing that the proposed garage is attached to its own and separate wastewater disposal system. And we have Adam on the record saying as much also. So yes, the existing system, whatever problems it has, and whether or not it's been fixed or not, is an issue for, very much an issue that needs to be addressed but in terms of the application we have before us, I think we have the information we need to be able to act on it.
George, when you say you have a clear showing that it's not system, are you looking at the drawing that says existing disposal, I don't know, it says field or whatever, an existing house, and then it says site of new garage and
No, it's-
area of expanded system? Is that the drawing?
No, I'm looking at the drawing that's on the
It's the
page,
next-
the next page, on page 3 or 4 of Ken Stratton's disposal system application. On the upper half of the page, it shows the garage, the 1,000-gallon septic that's connected to a 1,000-gallon septic system, and then the
Leach field.
piping to the distribution box and to the leach field.
Okay, I got
Oh,
you.
I see. I see what you're looking at now. And by looking at that, George, what you're saying is that with this application material, although there's some confusing things above it, this right here points to the fact that this is only for this particular construct.
Right, yeah, it doesn't show piping going from this system to the other system.
Correct.
Got it. All right.
I mean, I agree that, the drawing on the previous page leaves something to be desired, but, and is somewhat confusing, particularly with the, as Gary's noted, area of expanded system. The use of expanded system is confusing.
It is.
I think it's probably up to me to go check and make sure that the existing septic system has been taken care of, because it sounded like a pretty simple fix. And most likely, before the bank forwarded some money to the lady that bought the property, they probably required that at a minimum. But I don't think that's a planning board issue. I think this application is the planning board issue. And this drawing clearly shows that it's not connected to the existing system.
Having heard all that, I definitely agree with Mac's direction that we need to be able to act on information that's in front of us. The problem with this particular application is that it's confusing because it kind of goes in two different directions. Then we have to search for some stuff, and then it's depicted on a page near the end that we can, and after talking about it and stuff, I can feel somewhat comfortable enough to act on this application based on this conversation. But it's confusing beforehand, and we cannot afford that going forward. So in my opinion, going forward, having someone like Mr. Stratton be very diligent about it, and consulting with Adam or whoever, make sure that they know that we need to act on things in an efficient manner. So having said all that, I feel like I can act on this knowing that information, but it's hard, man.
I'm sure that Ken Stratton can provide me a new cover sheet that says new system versus expansion. That's a pretty simple fix. That was an error on his part.
Mm-hmm.
He shouldn't have checked that box.
Right.
But the drawing clearly shows that they're not connected.
Yeah. Thank you, Gary.
Could we approve the project with the condition that the septic application be amended to show that it's a first-time system and not an expanded system.
Yeah.
I'm a little uncomfortable approving something that says
Yep.
expanded system when I know it's not an expanded system.
I hear you,
Adam.
man.
Adam, can you talk to Ken Stratton about making that change?
I can, yes.
I think that's simple.
That's a technical fix, and I can certainly live with that. Live with that. Okay. Mac, What
I'm
do you-
not comfortable.
not
I mean, the
comfortable
rest
with
of
it?
you may be, but I'm still not comfortable. I want a new application in front of me that says everything clearly. Because
Mhm.
maybe after this lengthy discussion, we may agree on some of it. But 2 years from now, somebody going into the file and looking at it is going to be really confused, and that's not what I want.
Agreed.
So I guess the question would be is, oh, I might have lost you there.
We got you.
Is because there's a failed septic there, supposed to be fixed in 30 days, is obviously over 30 days since this place is closed. So wouldn't it be something that, would have been the homeowners or the seller's responsibility to follow up with Gary? Because I'm pretty sure I don't know if you had a copy of this when it closed or not from the real estate agent. But once it's filed with the town, wouldn't that be something that the town would go back to and say, okay, this is failed, you have 30 days to comply, or you're gonna be out of compliance?
Well, okay, number 6 says, when did you purchase the property? This is on the application, 2020. If after November 6, 2018, attach a copy of the septic system inspection report. Where did that come from? I don't know. Is that a town rule? Is that a state rule? I
It's
want to
in the-
see that rule, because
in the-
does that rule state that no development can occur on a property where there is a malfunctioning septic system? Or does it say no development can occur on an existing property where it's attached to a malfunctioning septic system? I don't know that distinction.
I'm not sure it says either of them.
That'd be a Gary question. I don't believe that having a failed septic restricts me from building on that piece of property.
I don't think the failed system is the planning board's issue. I think it's my issue. I think the fact that you're putting a brand new septic system in for this structure is what the planning board needs to deal with. If they are uncomfortable because the application or Ken Stratton checked the wrong box that said expansion versus new system, then Ken Stratton can change that and give me a new cover sheet. But the malfunction is not the planning board's issue.
Well, where did that rule, November 6, 2018 come from?
It's in the shoreline zone ordinance. The planning board placed it there.
And I think is there not a law that says that
There is.
in the shoreline zone, after a certain date, you have to have when the property changes hands, you have to have an inspection.
Right. We wrote an amendment to the ordinance, and then the state actually put it in after we did that. So that's statewide.
Okay, so I personally want to read that law further and understand it fully before I say whether or not I would approve a development on a property with a malfunctioning septic system. Because I don't know if that means no development can occur on that property, or if that means no development attached to that septic system. That's a distinction that I think is important, because the law may be one thing, right? But personally, I don't think it makes sense ethically why would I allow somebody to build something on a property where they have a malfunctioning septic system? It's against the law to have it malfunctioning. But I'm going to say that, okay, you have something malfunctioning here, but I'll let you build something else over here because I totally trust that you're going to do it right. How can
And
I
you put-
trust that you're going to do it right when
Because you got,
you have something malfunctioning?
because you're putting in a brand new septic system. The malfunction is not the planning board's issue. It's the code enforcement officer / plumbing inspector's issue. It's not the planning board's issue. That's not the application that's before you. The garage is what's before you. And it clearly shows in the diagram, there's a brand new septic. Not connected to the existing, absolutely not.
I don't think it's clear. That's my problem.
I did.
There's too many other things in the application that say it's not separate.
That's fine. You know what? You're subject to your opinion and you can vote the way you want to vote, but I'm just telling you that that's not a planning board issue.
Gary, where does it say in the shoreline zone anything about the failed septic?
I don't have it in front of me.
Don't have it. Yeah, I'm looking right now, I was trying to find, I just curious, because I said, my understanding is that it's a, like I said, it's X amount of days to get it fixed. But I don't believe there's anything that I know of right off that says you have to.
Do you have it there, Mac? Or does George have it?
Well, George quoted it earlier on in our conversation. I
Page
forget what
64.
page, 66 maybe?
64.
I think it's in section 16.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's page 64.
Yeah.
In section 16. Under administration, and again, it just reads, a permit may not be issued for a new or expanded structure when the subsurface waste disposal system is malfunctioning, unless the application includes provisions for a replacement waste disposal system to be completed prior to occupation of the new expanded structure. I mean, clearly the implication of that, even though it may not expressly say so, is that it's the system that's serving the structure that's before the planning board that's at issue.
Right. And as murky as the application is, eventually after we filtered through some stuff, what Adam was able to convey was that for the garage, that they're going to be going to the new, not the expanded, but a new septic. And it's just kind of,
I think most people would recognize that if the new structure included a new septic system, that this really didn't pertain to the existing, possibly still malfunctioning septic system.
And Gary, I totally understand what you're saying. And I agree with you in lots of ways, and it totally makes sense. I guess I would be more comfortable if I had that application in front of me.
Would
We
you
had the
be,
discussion, which I've been convinced by Adam and you and others that, what you say makes sense. I would just like to see that on paper, and then I would probably,
so would your comfort level be met if you had a piece of paper indicating that the existing malfunction had been fixed? And also have Ken change the front page of this cover sheet to say new system versus 25% increase?
yeah, because that's,
Okay,
yeah, yes, sorry.
I think that's easy. I think that's
Yes.
a very easy fix.
Okay.
so having having heard that, and thank you for talking that out, everybody. How do you wish to proceed on this application? Do you want to take action on this one? Well, we're gonna have to take action on it because it's in front of us. But I guess I'm wondering what the direction will be. Go ahead, Mac.
Well, I guess I could make a motion to say it's incomplete or deny it. And then if we say it's incomplete, then when they come back with the new sheets of paper, it's complete. Or if we deny it, then they have to resubmit a full application.
What if- Can we table it pending additional information?
I suppose so. I'm curious if Mac or someone were to make a motion and say it's incomplete, does that effectively do the same thing?
Good question.
The answer is yes.
Well, I mean, in the past, we've oftentimes tabled an application for the reason that it was incomplete, pending the submission of the, additional information that was required. I mean, it's, it's both of those.
Yep. Well, there are many ways to skin this cat, right? So, as they say. So, I'm trying to think of repercussions because Mac has made some offerings about, ways to do it.
I guess part of what I'm thinking also is one of the reasons I'm really confused is there's a lot of material in this application that makes it confusing. So I almost want to deny it because I don't want the inspection report showing it's malfunctioning and then have something else added to that. If we table it or call it incomplete, all the paperwork that's part of this application will go with it until we get more stuff, which I think will just add to the confusion. If we deny it, then he has to come back with a new application, but that new application will be clear. Does that make sense?
Well, to me, I wouldn't want to see the inspection report of the septic removed from the application. And then we add a letter that says it's been corrected. Because you're going to look at that, and say, what's been corrected? We don't have the inspection report.
Right, we'd have to have an inspection report that says it's fully functioning. Good point.
A whole new, you see what I mean?
Yeah, no, I hear you. That's a good point, Gary.
Yeah.
The other thing is, if we were to deny the application, does that mean that Adam needs to come back with a new one and pay a new fee?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Good point. Okay, then I make a motion that we table it pending information that applicant needs to come back with.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. So tabled, there's been a motion on the floor and seconded. Any more discussion? Adam, I know you had your hand up. What can we do for you?
So I guess that'd be one thing is it has a failed inspection report. So if I get a letter saying that it's actually been corrected, do you want another inspection report done? Because I don't think that's required.
I don't think they're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree with Gary.
No, that's not what they're saying.
Okay. Second, that I guess what are we actually postponing here? Just my second floor? Because I already have a permit to build this structure without the second floor.
You're all set with that.
Okay, so I can put in foundation and frame as long as I don't finish anything on the second floor until I have to go back to the planning board with the two pieces of information, which I think everything's there and fairly clear. I guess that's like in 2 weeks, are we back on, or do I get bumped down the list?
You get that stuff to me and I'll get you right on.
Well, Adam, I just for clarity's sake, and I know you've already done this, but if you felt like this application was not for the garage, it was just for the bedroom above, then I think you need to be clear when you put in an application what you're trying to do. Because this application in front of me says proposed construction, garage with living space above.
Right, there's already an approved permit for that garage, same size, same everything.
Right, but if you already had that, then this application isn't for that. This application is for a bedroom above a garage. Do you know what I'm saying?
It's essentially amended. Like I said, when we originally put this together, we were under the understanding that it was an issue. Then when I talked to Gary, I already submitted this to the planning board. I've been waiting like everyone else, for over a month because of the backlog. And at that point, if I pulled that permit out, that's why I explained first to Peter. I was like, and everyone's like, this is the history of it. This is where it is. I already have the permit for that. The main reason I haven't started the construction yet is because I want to make sure that I can get the permit to put on that quote unquote second floor. Because I don't want to put money into, putting in everything and then have the homeowner decide, oh, well, you're not going to get in the second floor. It sounds like everything looks good here, other than it's something from Ken Stratton, which unfortunately I don't control him. He's his own independent contractor. That's how he wrote it in there. I understand why he might say it was expanded because there's already existing septic on there. It's not tied in. Clearly you can see it's not tied in, and we're putting it right next to there. But it'd be one of those. I understand why he put that on there. As for the proof of the septic, I agree back to Gary that that's an issue between Gary and the homeowner or the previous homeowner, whoever that falls on. I believe it's the existing homeowner, especially when we're not tying into that house or anything there.
All right, so Adam, do you know what we're asking you to do then?
Yes.
Okay. Mac, you bring up some good points too about being clear about basically amending a previous application. Now, in hindsight, that everybody knows, including Adam and people involved, that the previous permit was already, or application had been permitted to build the garage, right? So I think we're on a good path, right, going forward with this. So we need to take action on this. So we have a motion on the floor to table it. It's been seconded. Did we help answer the questions that you had, Adam?
I think so. Like I said, I don't fully agree with how it's moving forward.
Okay. All righty. I understand and I appreciate your position. I know everybody's trying to get stuff done. But we have to make a decision. So we're going to take a vote on this now. So before I do that, any other comments, questions, or anything? No. Okay. So roll call. George?
Yes.
Yes. Mac?
Yes.
Rich?
Yes.
Peter says yes. So 4 in favor of tabling this, none opposed. So, and Gary, thanks for your help on this. I think, Adam, I heard Gary say if you can get that information to him, he'll get you on the agenda.
Yes, thank you.
And it will be packed, just so you know.
Oh, I know. I already got more waiting for you.
Adam, just for future, when it says proposed construction, if you just wrote, there's an existing permit for a garage, I want to put living space above it, just for clarity, because I didn't know that. Somebody pulling this paperwork 2 years from now isn't going to know that. Well, that's the kind of thing you brought up, which is great information for me to have, and that helps me, but it has to be on paper. Otherwise, we don't know really what we're acting on. Like, the more information you put on paper, the better and the quicker your application will go.
Right. Like, I agree. Like I said, I was under the understanding, because I knew when that permit was issued that it was expired, and I didn't realize the previous homeowner renewed it. The people who bought it didn't think it was. And when I talked to Gary, he thought it was out as well. And we've literally found out, like, after I submitted it, that there was an existing permit there. So instead of taking that permit back and getting put down on the bottom of the list,
Gotcha.
was in there. Like, I'm trying to get everything together to keep everything, keep your time,
Right.
as short as possible. And like I said, I kind of thought everything was there. I would have figured if there's an inspection report that's handed in there, I know not all of them are even at the town, but that would have been corrected on there, especially when I see the email from the realtor that I was reading while I was talking to you guys saying, yeah, it was fixed, but by who, I don't know. And obviously they fixed it. Gary didn't come out to look at it. So obviously there's a little bit of an issue on the previous homeowner's side there, that he had somebody fix it, but they didn't do an inspection. So they were gonna have to dig it back up to have Gary come out and look at it. But no, I agree on that. Like I said, I just know everyone's busy. And I didn't want to pull the permit and go back to the bottom of the list. So I figured, we could just amend it as moving forward.
Okay.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you very, very much, Adam. Really appreciate it. This tabled. We'll see you hopefully in just 2 weeks, right?
Sounds good to me.
All right. Thank you so much. Do we have another thing to handle tonight?
Minutes.
Minutes. And I just want to make sure I ask Mr. Paquette. Hi, is there anything we can do for you, sir?
Nope, I was just tuning in to catch up on the news.
Excellent. Okay, I just want to make sure if you had something that we're supposed to be handling, I want to make sure to ask.
One question I did have, the moratorium, was that voted on Sunday or last Thursday? Because I believe I was in on the Thursday before. It wasn't on that agenda, and I don't know if I missed a meeting.
At the town meeting, the voting at is that when we voted?
Right. The moratorium was acted on by voters in the town of Belgrade, passed at the vote.
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday, to be specific, November 3rd.
We got the answer to that one quicker than the presidential.
Yes. All right. So that moratorium's in effect for 1 year. Is that correct?
180 days, if I'm not mistaken.
180. I get you. Very well.
Okay.
The question. I
Thank
appreciate your time, and it was an enjoyable meeting.
We're almost done.
Very well.
All right. Thank you.
You bet. Thank you.
We have some minutes to attend to, correct? From October 15. Sheila, thank you. Does everybody have the minutes?
I do.
Perfect.
I have no comments other than they're good.
They are good. I especially like the draft watermark on it until completed.
Look good to me.
I make a motion to approve the minutes, October 15th, 2020.
I second it.
Any more discussion? All those in favor? George,
Yes.
Mac,
Yes.
Rich,
Yes.
Peter, yes. 4 in favor, none opposed. The minutes from 2015 pass. Well done. All right, time check, 10:07. I think we've completed every possible agenda item for tonight that is humanly possible. Gary, is there anything you wish to share with us tonight? You might be gone.
I think he went to sleep.
All right. Well, I want to too. Is there any other news that anybody wishes to share tonight? No? Thank you all so much. I really appreciate it. Another long meeting. Really appreciate it. Sheila, thank you for getting the minutes out. Thank you for forwarding the information packages to us. Please don't go.
Thank you, everybody.
Let's call it a night, shall we?
All right. Good night, all.
Peace.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.